your name, your position. We have quite a few proxies here tonight, so I think it'll be great for everyone to get familiar. Let's try to keep it fairly brief, just like a very quick update would be great. So like a one-sentence thing, just because we have a lot to get through tonight. We'll start going this way.
Sorry, what were we saying?
Just your name, what position you're in, and a
Great.
very brief update.
My name's Aaron. I'm the Vice President, Academic and External for only 2 more weeks. I'm excited about the summer, and I'm excited about this international student action tomorrow, which is it's called Cash Cow Pinata Party. So on Sexton campus, in the tea room, we're gonna have a party, but we're also gonna have a pinata that is a cash cow with dollar loonies inside that we're gonna smash to represent international students being treated like cash cows on this campus. And the university is voting on the 3% hike in a week.
Yes. Hi, my name is Ramz Aziz. I'm the Vice President Internal. Just wanted to thank everybody who came out to the Society Transition Party on Tuesday. It was very successful, and I'm glad we got a chance to help societies out. So, yeah, I would like to thank everyone who showed up.
Josh Cook, the Vice President of Finance and Operations. Just the budget that you guys are going to get a taste of, and then a vote on next week.
I'm Caitlin. I am the DAS Vice President Internal, and as of yesterday, we completed our transition for our incoming and outgoing executive, and today we had our transition with the Dean's Office lunch. So, it's fun.
I'm Sagar. I'm the President of the DSU. I built the transition schedule lately. I've been working on renovation contingency plans and doing some other day-to-day thingamabobs. If you want to know more about those thingamabobs, I mean, it's like all those emails, setting up all of the bookings for transition itself, and some other, media relations and inquiries and so on, etc. Right now we're having a lot of conversations with execs on some of the things we started this year and where we wish to take them and how we wish to address them during transition.
I'm Hema. I'm one of the Board of Governors reps, and I guess my quick update is our meeting's on the 15th at 3 if anyone wants to join us.
I'm Brogan. I'm the DSS rep, and we haven't met with our constituents since our AGM, which was a couple weeks ago, so not much. Hi, I'm Amelia. I'm next year's Vice President of the Science Society, and I have nothing new to report.
Hi everyone, I'm Taylor, President of DAS, the Art Society. Transition stuff, as Caitlin said, and a great lunch at the Wooden Monkey today. But outside of that, for any art students or anyone interested, the faculty's academic development committee that looks at programming and courses and stuff is having a retreat next Wednesday from 10 till 2 where there'll be free food and such. So if you're into, even if you have a minor in arts and you want to come to that, come talk to me after.
Hi, I'm Alex. I'm the Senate rep, and I have nothing to report.
I'm Laura. I'm the Women's rep, and the South House is going to have an SGM soon on a date to be announced.
Hi there. I'm John. I'm the other Board of Governors rep. Nothing to report from the Board of Governors other than a meeting coming up next week on the 15th, and been having meetings with the nominating committee lately on the council front. So there's that.
Hi, I'm Ishika Sharma, the International Students Rep. DSA just had their AGM, and we have our new council. They would be set in action starting the 1st of May. Besides that, I again request you to please join us with the Cash Cow Pinata Party. It's open for everybody who hates fee hikes. And we are planning on a transition process for the new council currently.
Hi, I'm Ntombi. I'm representing Ainsley, the Black Students Rep, and I'm just excited to be here.
Hi, I'm Mona Agada. I'm the Management Rep. We completed our transition on the 30th of March, so there isn't much to report for now.
Hi, I'm Michelle. I'm the Aboriginal Students Representative, and I don't have much to report today.
Hi, I'm Dylan Latondre. I'm sitting as the proxy for Rebecca Eldridge, who is the undergraduate student representative on the Senate.
Hi, folks. I'm Alex. I'm the Commerce rep. Got nothing to report this week.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. I'm sitting for Katarina Stein, member at large.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline, and I am the member at large, the other member at large, and nothing to report as of right now.
Hi, I'm Allison. I am the Diploma of Engineering rep. Just had some great turnovers, got to meet with the new council, and you guys have a feisty new president who's going to be sitting on council next year, so it's going to be exciting.
I'm Greg, outgoing president of the Undergraduate Engineering Society on Sexton campus, and we have no updates this week.
I'm Matt, first year rep, and that's it. Hi, so Anna, DAG's rep. So tomorrow we have our council meeting. It's going to be an AGM and a council meeting. Things to report from DAGs. As many of you have heard, we've had a very serious incident brought to our attention. We take it very seriously, and we will be. I will be personally contacting the persons involved, and we really hope to address it in a way that is fair and really addresses it.
Hey, Pat from DAGS, VP External. Just to add to what Anna was saying, Sauger and I met today as well as parties involved. So yeah, things are in motion, and welcome everybody to our, I think, last council meeting of the year. Congrats. Woo. Nice. Forgot about that one. Never mind.
I'm Maggie. I'm sitting in for Tara, who is the medical students rep, and nothing to report.
Hello, I'm Daniel. I'm the architecture and planning rep, and I'm finished for the summer, so that's fun.
Hey, my name's Emma. I'm the Dallout rep. Yeah, nothing to report. We got a new exec, and things are starting to get planned for next year.
Hi, my name's Lee. I'm the new LSS rep, and I'm really excited to be here.
Ranjit, outgoing international rep. There will be new international rep from May 1st. We had a good AGM. There were 200 people in the AGM, so it's good. More than 200.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jomel, and I'm proxying for Beth, and I'm not really sure what Beth's update would be, so cool.
I'm James Lively. I'm the health professions representative. Nothing to report.
I'm Danny, Vice President of Student Life. Lots of things going on with myself currently, or with my portfolio. Surrounding orientation week, there's a lot of jobs and volunteer positions that you can apply for. You can apply to be a leader right now, which is awesome. DSU.ca/orientation, and there's also plenty of jobs at like DSU.ca/opportunities. You can check out some positions like Shine Director, Sponsorship Coordinator, and there's a couple others as well. I highly recommend checking them out. I believe I sent them to all council members. If you could forward them to constituents or let people know that there are positions available for the summer if people are looking for employment, or just a lot of fun. I highly recommend it. Will be all of those things. What else? That's about it. I think we'll just get on with this meeting.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So that will move into the acceptance of the agenda. So as it stands, are there any amendments to the agenda? Josh, do you want to just say them all at once? Josh has a lot. We sent some of them out to you guys.
So first off, I'd like to add a report about the Board of Operations as a third presentation. Second would be a discussion about the appointment of the Senate reps. I'm hoping to do interviews obviously in the next week so we can get on that. So it's kind of deciding whether there's two options. Option one is I'll just come over and give them to you, Danny. It's one of them is just going to be whether or not they're appointed for the summer, and then there's a by-election in September, or if they're just appointed for the full year. That can be new business at any point, realistically. It's a decision, Danny. Oh, sorry. I'm going to come over and write it anyways. And then the last thing is to add at the beginning of appointments the appointment of Sexton Campus Director. So I'll just come over and write those.
Yep. Are there any other amendments to the agenda? Yep. Do you want a microphone? You can have one. Yeah.
I'd like to add let's make a decision item, I guess, to strike a ad hoc, correct me if I'm wrong, committee to discuss the future of the E&A office. I'm just not sure why that hasn't happened yet. I think the contract ends really soon, so I think we should talk about what's happening and if we're hiring someone new and etc. So I'd like to add that to probably just the end and the decision item, I think, with the discussion. One more, sorry. Also just a quick discussion on the event that happened on Thursday at the Grad House, just in case people haven't heard about it. I think it's really important that all of council knows what went on there.
I'd like to withdraw the motion about the nurses' strike. The meeting's long enough as is. Not the most important thing in the world, so just withdraw.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other amendments to the agenda?
Thanks. I just wanted to move the presentation about advocacy to just before the decisions. Does that make sense?
So
Point of information. Yeah. I'd like to know if, like, when are we going to be accepting or rejecting these amendments?
Oh, sorry. So what the process for what's going to happen here, we're going to have them all proposed, and by default, we would vote on them in omnibus, which means voting on them all at the same time. But someone can motion to divide the question, which would mean pulling out. So say, for example, you really didn't want to talk about adding the creation of an ad hoc committee for the Equity and Accessibility Center. You would ask to pull that out, and we would vote on it separately. So that will be at the end of everybody announcing what amendments they'd like to make.
I just wanted to rearrange things so that this council meeting doesn't go forever, basically. So I wanted to put the advocacy presentation just before the decisions about the advocacy. I think that kind of makes sense. And I also wanted to make all of those things the last things on the agenda. So because I don't think they should take a long time, and I think if they're at the end, we'll make sure they don't.
So that would be having a presentation. So having it be, do you want it to be the last presentation, or specifically before the current new business items B, C, and D?
I don't know. It's like in our constitution it says it's supposed to go at the beginning, but I suggest it makes more sense to do it right before the decision.
Well, now that okay. So can I get a temperature check from council? Who's okay with having the presentation be before, like, within the decision items, and who would like to stay in presentation? Up, you would like it to stay in presentations. Down, you think it, or actually up, you would like to stay in presentations. Thumbs down, you would like to put it right before the decision items.
Point of information.
Yes.
Isn't it true that the presentation is about advocacy going forward, whereas the decisions are about advocacy right now, and that we should separate the two almost?
I think what I have to say could actually, if those things are on the agenda, and
Would you like to speak through the microphone? Okay.
I'd like to motion, if I'm incorrect here, I'll yell. If I'm incorrect, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but if we move the advocacy presentation to presentation C, it will be right before the decision items anyways, if you look at, because it's the last thing, and then the next section starts with the CASA and Students Nova Scotia votes, so I think we don't have to worry about it.
Sorry to interrupt. It would normally, except that Aaron has also moved to move
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, cool. So Josh, another amendment?
Motion to strike the decision items on CASA and SNS, just on the grounds that I haven't heard any new evidence.
Decision items B, C, and D.
So that's decision items B, C, and D, for everyone who didn't catch that, have been moved to amend the agenda to remove them from the agenda. Are there any other amendments? All right, I'm going to try to review everything that has come up then, and please let me know if I've missed something. So the first three are adding the appointment of the Sexton Campus Director to appointments, adding a presentation on by the Board of Ops, and adding a new business item about the Senate elections and how we'd like to move forward from there. We then have a motion to strike an ad hoc committee for the Equity and Accessibility Center. We have a discussion on the, sorry, was that the grad house goings on? We then have a motion to withdraw the nurses strike motion, and finally to remove the current new business items B, C, and D, which are about CASA and Students Nova Scotia. Did I miss anything? Are there any comments or questions? Sagar.
Respectfully, Madam Chair, I would recommend that we do all of them. We divide every single amendment, because then it moves more quickly if we just say, okay, let's do all of these in omnibus to save time, and then we're debating on which ones to do in omnibus. So I would motion to divide the question, so we vote on every single amendment to the agenda separately.
Great. So there's been a motion to divide. Do we have a seconder? Many people are the seconder. All in favor to divide? Are there any objections? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Great. I'll be going through them one at a time then. So first of all, the adding of the appointment of the Sexton Campus Director. All in favor? Are there any objections? And any abstentions? Would you like that noted in the minutes?
No.
Okay. Moving on, we have an added presentation by the Board of Ops. All in favor? Are there any objections? And any abstentions? Motion carries. Great. The next one is the adding of a, was that a discussion item or decision item on Senate?
Decision.
Great. A decision item on Senate to the agenda. All in favor? Are there any objections? Any abstentions? If you'd like those noted in the minutes, please keep your hand up. Great. Got it. Perfect. Amendment 4 is adding a motion to add an ad hoc committee for the Equity and Accessibility Center and talking about how they have done. I think everyone understands that. All in favor of adding this to the agenda? Are there any objections? And any abstentions? Great. Then we have the discussion on what happened at the grad house last week. This would be a discussion item in new business. All in favor of adding this to the agenda? Are there any objections? Any abstentions? Motion carries. The motion to withdraw new business item A on the nurses' strike. All in favor of striking this from the agenda? Are there any objections? And any abstentions? If you'd like those noted in the minutes, please keep your hand up. Great. And finally, we have the motion of removing what is currently new business item before any amendments would be new business items B, C, and D on rescinding the motion to leave CASA, rescinding the motion to leave Students Nova Scotia, and joining Students Nova Scotia as an associate member.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes.
Is it possible, Madam Chair, to have debate on this?
I believe there is. There's nothing in our Union Rules of Procedures that says it is not debatable, and I interpret that means it is debatable. So, if there is debate on this motion, I would like to invite the mover, who is Josh, to speak first.
Point of order.
Yep.
I think we agreed to split them. Does it make sense to split those two, or I would suggest that we do since they're different
Okay, it was one amendment, but if you'd like to split it, we can.
I'm going to speak to this one thing.
Okay, great.
I guess I'd motion to have it voted on separately because I think they're.
So I think that would be a motion to amend the amendment, which is. Okay, it seems to be a friendly amendment to the amendment to split these into 3 decisions. So we will first talk about removing the new business item on the agenda before amended it B, which is rescinding to leave CASA. Josh, as the mover, would you like to speak to this? Great.
To be honest, guys, I'll keep this short. I'm going to end up saying the same thing for both of them. I think we're all tired of dealing with this over and over and over again. I thought we'd already put it to bed. I don't understand why this is still continually coming up. I would just like to just leave it where it laid. I thought we all clarified opinions. I haven't seen any resounding evidence that things have changed. Maybe I'm wrong, but until I see that, I don't see why this is not just being buried.
Great. So I'm going to have 30-second speaking times. I'm not going to have a moderated caucus, just a speaker's list.
Would you like me to time?
That would be great. Thank you. And I saw Daniel's hand first. Is that a hand over here?
I would agree with what Josh says, that I haven't heard anything new. I know there's a presentation today, but I don't feel comfortable making a decision on information that I found at a meeting for my entire constituents immediately. So I can't, there's a presentation, there needs to be at least a week so I can talk to someone about it, not just me. All right, that's all.
Robert?
No, that's my point.
Great. Over to Jen.
Hi, I did have my hand up at the beginning. Did you want to speak?
Oh, you're on the list after, so
okay, perfect.
Fine.
Quickly to speak to this, the presentation wasn't meant to be something that was about what's been going on. It's meant to be about what's going forward. I do think the things that I have to say will impact what people think about this issue. I don't think it was put to bed properly. I think that we have an opportunity to change it. I think it's incredibly important to vote on this again with open minds, and talking about something for a number of meetings is exactly what we're supposed to be doing. We followed the process in that respect, and I think if someone wants to vote on something again, it's because it's an important issue and it's something we should discuss and we should vote on again. If we're that confident in our vote, let's do it again.
Yeah, just to echo what Jacqueline was saying, I think it's on the agenda for a reason, and that we should keep it on the agenda in order to have a proper discussion about it.
Over to Pat. Oh, and just a reminder, because we don't have a moderated caucus, we won't end at a time, we can't have a motion to call the question, or when it seems like conversation is either spinning in circles or puttering out, I will call the question myself. So everyone knows. Go ahead.
Considering the last time we voted on the issue, I think that it would have been fair to bring new material to people so that we could all have weighed in on it before whatever this presentation is going to entail. I'm sure there will be new information, but I still would have liked to have read something and contemplated it beforehand.
Aaron, as you have not spoken yet, then go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I just think that voting to have this on the agenda is a vote to debate it later. We can always move to table it later. I think what's happened since then is we've sent out an analysis of Students Nova Scotia's response to our response. That was sent out like 3 weeks ago. Also, 4 different people went to CASA's AGM and have been following up, phoning those schools and finding out what they're doing. And we also found out that we can be associate members of Students Nova Scotia. I would say those are all really relevant and means we should have a discussion now.
Over to Alex.
Yeah, and just to add to that, the last vote that we had, there was actually 2 presentations that day that I heard people say they felt that that wasn't enough time to make a decision after those 2 presentations to then change or speak to constituents after that. So I think that now we've had time after seeing the presentations about sexism, etc. Now we've had time to talk to constituents and revote. So I would just echo again what's been said.
Over to Allison. And then Anna.
Oh, sorry, Allison.
If what everyone's saying is true, that we're going to be getting new information, I believe a huge issue of why we voted twice on this issue already is because we found new information and we voted on it that day. I think we should learn from our mistakes. If we are getting new information today, we're already having another meeting. Let's wait until that meeting. I'm not saying that we never vote on this again. I'm saying we shouldn't vote on it right after we get new information. Give us time, learn from our mistakes, what we did last time.
Oh, sorry.
I think that if the right decision that was made was actually made, it won't matter what is discussed today. The information that's discussed today will actually shed light on it and help and basically have everybody informed, and I think that we should continue with it.
Daniel?
Motion to call the question.
So, motion to call the question. I don't have to do this, but I'd like to. So if we could have all in favor of calling the question. Great. All right, are there any objections? And any abstentions? All right, the question has been called. So, all in favor of amending the agenda to strike the motion to rescind the motion to leave CASA. Please raise your hand if you are in favor of striking this from the agenda. That's 12-4. Any objections? Okay, we need 2/3 majority to strike something or to change the agenda, so it will stay on. Moving on, we will now discuss removing the motion to strike the motion to rescind the motion to leave Students Nova Scotia from the agenda. Basically, we're now going to talk about whether we're going to not have this motion on the agenda anymore. So, Josh, as the mover, would you like to speak to this? If you could.
Motion to call the question?
Can't do that.
Yeah. You
I'm
may.
not going to do that yet. I'll hold off. Never mind. Or rescind that.
Could you maintain the 30 seconds?
Yeah, you bet.
Great, thanks.
Just to reiterate my earlier point, can we please just put this to bed?
So, Aaron, next.
I'll motion to call the question.
Okay, that's what I was going to do.
So a motion to call the question has been made. Oh, sorry, I'm getting to my book confused. Great. So, motion to call the question is.
Point of order, is that within Robert's rules?
This is within our union rules and procedures. So we only vote on it if I feel that we need to vote on it. But I feel that we do need to vote on it. So, all in favor of calling the question, please raise your hand. Are there any objections? Would you like that noted in the minutes? Got it. And any abstentions? Great. So the question has been called. So, all in favor of amending. Yeah.
Explain the motion again.
I can. Yes. So the motion that is currently on the table and on our agenda. Sorry. The motion that is currently on our agenda is to rescind our previous decision to leave Students Nova Scotia.
To rejoin. We voted to rejoin. We're trying to, the motion is to rescind that.
But it says rescinding motion to leave us.
Yeah.
And leave CASA.
But the actual motion.
Sorry, that's my titling, and I totally messed up. I'm very sorry. If you look into your council package, the actual motion itself says to rejoin. I'm really sorry. That's really ridiculous. So, the motion that is in fact on the table is, I will read it out. It is, be it resolved that the Dalhousie Student Union Council rescind the following motion to join Students Nova Scotia for 2014-2015. There are many whereas clauses in there that you made. So, what we are currently voting on is whether we will strike the decision, whether we will strike that from the agenda, meaning that we will not talk about rescinding our previous decision. So all in favor of striking that, or is there, sorry,
this is a
question?
Question, or a point of information.
Yeah, great.
The actual thing that you sent out said, following motion to join CASA under the decision to rescind motion to leave SNS. It should just say SNS, not CASA.
Where is that?
New business C, under the decision to rescind motion to leave SNS.
This is exactly what we shouldn't be.
Okay, I thought I just copy and pasted that.
Just gonna throw that
Okay, I don't know.
Okay, so
Can't.
just give me 1 second to just look over what was sent out. Okay. So the correct motion is in the council package. Everyone should be able to see that on your computer. I'm really sorry about the typo. So the motion that is in the council package is the correct motion.
Point of information, or it's not correct.
It's not correct
it
in
says CASA in the SNS.
there. Okay. So this motion. Okay. Well, we either have to strike this now or not strike it. We can't motion to amend it as we are not talking about it. We can't amend the motion that's on the table. So I think maybe, Aaron, can you speak to how that motion will be amended as it is incorrect currently in the agenda? And we have to vote on whether to strike it or not strike it.
So, can I just ask that the chair entertain a motion to amend it, given the circumstances, given that this was noticed with the correct wording 3 weeks ago?
Yes.
If this amendment wasn't noticed to leave, then it's shouldn't be on the thing at all. So it's what's on the agenda is wrong, and it wasn't motioned in this form, so it's not on the agenda.
Okay.
So we'd have to motion to add it to the agenda.
Yeah, that is correct. That is absolutely correct. Just parliamentary procedure. Yeah.
Just saying. What's on there is wrong, and we got it sent out to us. We could have.
Okay. I'm going to check if it is friendly with council. I would like to check what was sent to me so that I can figure out if I was sent the wrong thing or if I messed up. Either I think that would be valuable for council, like if I made a typo versus a mistake on the part of the mover. So if council doesn't mind giving me about 2 minutes to check that,
Point
that
of
would be
order,
great.
the agenda was sent out, however it was sent out, whoever messed up, it doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is now spirit of the motion that was on the agenda is being changed, and therefore we need to have a 2/3 majority to add it to the agenda because it is a brand new motion.
Okay.
Point of order, isn't it the chair's discretion if it was the chair's mistake?
Point of
All right.
order. It doesn't
Sorry,
matter
I don't
whose
think
discretion it is
those are
if we're
points of
not following
order.
the
So if you could
rules.
stop talking, that would be great, because that's not what a point of order is. So I'm just going to try to frame what is going on because I am still a little bit confused, and I think that that means many other people also are. So in the council package, the motion currently reads, and this is item C, correct? So the problem is that it currently reads, be it resolved that the Student Union Council rescind the following motion to join Students Nova Scotia for the 2014-2015 year. That is what it says in the council package under the heading New Business Item C. Is that not the correct motion? What is the correct motion that should be there? Because it does not say and CASA join. Okay, is the problem that it says, I don't understand what the problem is.
It's down lower, I believe.
Item 6C in our council package says.
I would like everybody not to look at what is on the agenda, but what is in the council package, meaning the following pages after the agenda.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I'm looking at. The email that you sent out on Sunday night.
Yep.
It currently reads under New Business 6, Item C, decision item rescinding motion to leave SNS. Be it resolved that the Student Union Council rescind the following motion to join CASA as an associate member for 2014-2015, passed on March 12, 2014.
I'd say that motion's out of order then.
Okay, can you come and show me in my, I'm sorry, I just don't, that's not what I have in front of me. Everyone's on the same page, so I just want to make sure that I know what's going on. Yes, that is not the council package.
That is the council package.
That's the first page of the council package. Yeah. So that is what is on the first page of the agenda. However, in the agenda, how I always format it is because we ought to have the motions on the first page of the agenda, I put them there. However, as in every meeting that we have had, the full information on the motions is in the following pages under the subheadings. In those subheadings, the motion is correct. Those subheadings also include the whereas clauses and the be it further resolved clauses always. My opinion as chair is that despite on the first page of the agenda the motion being incorrect, that it is correct in the following full version of the motion. My opinion is that it ought to stay on. It is not out of order to have it on the agenda, and that may be challenged if people disagree with me. Yes.
That when I am busy like this, I read the package to see if there's anything I need to bring up to my counselors, like other people that I'm talking to, and we have a strong view on something, so I saw that it was to join, to rescind the previous vote for whatever, so that's just...
Yeah. Sorry, this is irrelevant information. If you're not doing you're not reading the whole council package as your job.
Well, I mean, I read the agenda. If
Can I have order, please?
Order, you're talking out of turn.
All right. So, as it currently stands, my decision as the chair is that it is not out of order to have this on the agenda, and that I am very sorry that it is not correct what's on the agenda, but the full motion describes what it is that we are voting on. Someone may challenge me on that if it is a session of order. Beyond that, if nobody chooses to challenge me as the chair, we may continue to decide simply whether we will strike this from the agenda or not. So, I'm going to give someone an opportunity to challenge my decision now. It doesn't look like anybody is challenging the chair. So in that case, we will get back to debate. Well, I guess the question has actually been called on whether we will be striking this from the agenda or not. I'm going to reiterate that the motion we will be voting on, if it stays on the agenda, will be that completely outlined in the council package that has the whereas clauses, as well as the correct be it resolved that clause. Are there any questions? Great. In that case, we will now be voting on whether to strike this item from the agenda or not. So, all in favor of striking this item from the agenda, please raise your hand. Are there any objections? And any abstentions? That was not 2/3 majority, so it will stay on the agenda. Finally, we will go in to vote on the third motion, that's the third amendment that has been made to remove an item from the agenda. The item that has been moved that we remove is decision item B before we amended it, which is joining SNS as an associate member. Is there any debate on this issue? There will be 30 seconds. Josh, you may speak to this first, if you would like to.
I'd just like to point out that, I mean, obviously this just went to referendum to use this money for own independent advocacy. The money wasn't freed up. We go to associate member. To be honest, I don't know the total monetary value of us going to associate member because it hasn't actually been looked at yet. I couldn't tell you, but I assume that not all that money that we're freeing up is going to be freed up because some of it's probably still going to be paid to SNS or set aside for SNS. I, once again, just want to put this to bed.
Point of information, Josh, can you clarify the last bit again?
I don't.
Time is up. No. Josh is speaking time.
Okay. Aaron has made a point of order asking for clarification.
That's not a point of order. That's a point of information. Not
yeah. I'm sorry. Over to Sagar.
Hey folks, I think that it's to me, I'm like very disappointed, and I'm airing that publicly that even the first motion was left on the agenda. I've tried so hard to restore some kind of goodwill with Students Nova Scotia because I only have 10 seconds left. This is my formal resignation as DSU president because I cannot be on this council and open to a lawsuit 7 years down the road if this item is on the agenda.
Point of order.
This is my resignation as DSU president. Thank you for the time that I've got to be the president. However, if council votes to leave. However, council voted to leave this on the agenda, so I am no longer the president and no longer will be a part of this lawsuit.
So, can you grab the microphone for me, please? Great. So I'm not completely clear on the timing of resigning, although I don't think that we can stop him from doing that. I do not personally know the policy of what happens with the resignation, and I think that ought to be looked up. So I'm going to do that now. And then we will move on with talking about removing this from the agenda. In the meantime, if other people would like to speak to whether or not we will amend the agenda in this way, are there any execs that would feel comfortable chairing that while I look up any policy that is relevant on the resignation process?
Maybe, just because everything's so crazy, can I amend that we have a discussion on what happened at the tea room? Like, just discuss the things that are just kind of things we need to talk about until we figure it out.
Can we do that?
Yeah.
Just like take a break for a second.
I'm actually just going to call a recess, if that's okay. I'm going to call a 5-minute recess, and we will adjourn. Sorry, we will come back into order in 5 minutes. So what do we have to do?
Oh, sure. I guess
discussing it. So, is there any further debate
Who's
on?
got time? Sorry.
Yeah. Who would be happy to time?
Okay.
Great. Danny can time just because he's right beside me.
Perfect.
So further debate, I had JD next on our speakers list. Aaron, would you be able to run the mic? 30-second speaking times.
I'd like to call the question.
Amazing.
We've got 29 seconds left.
Point of information.
Yes, point of information.
This may be a parliamentary inquiry. I really just don't know. The fact that this particular motion wasn't noticed, does it need a 2/3 majority to be struck, or does it need a 50% majority to be struck? The associate membership, as opposed to leaving or rescinding our motion,
To strike it from the agenda is still 2/3.
even though it wasn't noticed to councillors?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
And because it's not a motion to rescind, it changes what percentage of people you need to pass it. If it's not noticed, council can vote that it is out of order, but there is no strict policy.
Thank you.
Great. So the question has been called. All in favor of calling the question, if you could raise your hands. Are there any objections? Any abstentions? Great. So all in favor of removing this item from the agenda, the item is joining SNS as an associate member. All in favor of striking that from the agenda, please raise your hands. That is clearly not 2/3, but if anyone would like their objections or abstentions noted in the minutes.
Still got it.
Okay, great. So,
Can we go?
yeah, objections?
There we go.
If you'd like them noted in the minutes, please keep your hand up.
But you know the losing.
Yeah. And any abstentions?
We have our.
If anybody would strongly like their vote on this amendment to the agenda noted in the minutes, please come talk to the secretary after.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, our agenda has been accepted. Moving on, we have the acceptance of the minutes from the previous meeting.
Email me the agenda?
Yeah. Do you not have it? Like the
updated
one. Sure. Would you be able to send it out to everybody?
That would be fantastic. Thank you, Dan.
Do you have
I
access?
never do normally do this.
Okay. It might take a second if that's okay. But in the meantime, do we have any amendments to the minutes from the previous meeting? Sorry, they were sent out a bit late, but any amendments to them? Great. So all in favor of accepting the minutes as they were sent out to council? Please raise your hand, nice and high. Great. Are there any objections? And any abstentions? Would you like those noted in the minutes?
This time, yeah, Daniel.
Fantastic. So the minutes have been ratified. Moving on, we will go into appointments. Our first appointment is the appointment of the VPFO. So, did we decide to put the other one first? Okay, I just put it down. This is real. That's the right one. So the first one is the appointment of the Sexton Campus Director. For anybody who doesn't know, how this works is that people have applied to and been interviewed by the nominating committee, who will then recommend someone to council, but other people may be nominated as well. So one person will be formally nominated by the nominating committee. You are welcome to nominate other people if you'd like to, is the procedure around that. So I'm going to pass the mic over to who is speaking on behalf of the nominating committee.
Can I just ask a question?
Yep.
How are we, are we all voting on that, on who gets selected?
Yeah, it's council who votes for the candidates when they're appointed by council. Totally, thanks for asking. So I'm going to pass the mic over to Josh to speak on behalf of the nominating committee.
Yeah, that's great.
The nominating committee is putting forward Jamel as our nomination.
Great. Do you accept this nomination? Perfect. Are there any other nominations for the position of Sexton Campus Director? Any other nominations? And a third time, are there any other nominations for this position? Great. Then you win by acclamation. He's also sitting in as the proxy for Beth right now. Great. So, moving on, we have the appointment of the VPFO. I will again ask Josh to. Okay, great. I'll ask JD. You're on the nominating committee,
Yeah.
assuming? Great, to speak to their nomination.
Great, thanks. This won't take too long, but the nomination committee took nominations for the VPFO. We got quite a bit of applicants. We met twice to do interviews, and then narrowed down to a short list. And the nominating committee is pretty excited to say that our chosen candidate was Alexa Reedman. So yeah, congratulations to Alexa Reedman for being nominated.
Do you accept this nomination? Yes. Great. Are there any other nominations for the position of VPFO? Shika?
I would like to nominate Mahbubur Rahman for the position of VPFO.
Okay. Do you accept that nomination? And actually, sorry, let me just check. I think we might need a seconder as well. I should really know this. I don't think we do. Okay, great. You accept this nomination? Fantastic. So are there any other nominations for the position of VPFO? Yep.
I'd like to nominate Adam Anshin.
Sorry?
Adam Anshin.
Adam Anshin? Great. Do you accept this nomination?
I do.
Fantastic. That's 3 nominations. Do we have any other nominations? Any other nominations? And a third time, do we have any other nominations for the position of VPFO? Okay, fantastic. Those are our 3 nominees. So I just need the spelling of everyone's last name, but whatever's going to happen now, we're going to have each candidate come to the front of the room. They may have 4 minutes to speak about themselves as a candidate, and we will then have a 4-minute question and answer period. I'm actually only going to confine that question and answer period. The 4 minutes will be for the people answering the questions, so that it doesn't get filled up by questions. While those people are speaking about themselves, we will ask the other 2 to leave the room. We will then go into an in-camera discussion, which must be moved, about these candidates, and we will then move out of camera and vote on them. So, by ballot. Are there any questions about the process, or may we move into it? Fantastic. So, our candidates are Alexa Reedman, and I'm sorry, I actually need both of the other names again.
Mahbubur Rahman.
Awesome.
M-A-H.
M-A-H.
B-U-B-U-R.
B-U-B-U-R.
Rahman. R-A-H-M-A-N.
R-A-H. M-A-N. Amazing. This is partially for the secretary too? Yeah. And then we have Adam.
Anshin. A-N-S-H-A-N.
S-H-A-N. Great. So we will have Adam speak first. If the other candidates would be so kind as to leave the room, that would be great. Oh, and sorry. Procedure. Normally, do we move in camera for these presentations as well? Okay, good. Just double checking. All right. Yeah, do you have the time?
Yeah, how long is it?
I don't think he knows that we're meant to be in cam.
Yeah.
Motion to move in camera?
We're not.
We're not.
We're not supposed to be in camera? Have we seen my motion to move in camera?
We can't motion to move in camera.
What's the
and
point of
that's
them
fine.
leaving then? 'Cause they could just watch.
Yeah,
I think
okay.
it's just so that they're
Just, I don't.
they can log in.
Cool. So there's been a motion to move in camera. Do we have a seconder?
I don't care. Why are they?
Point of information. Are we supposed to move? I thought we weren't supposed to because it's supposed to be transparent on why we choose which one, and we have to know which person is. I'm just unclear on that.
Point of order. The way this has always been done in the past has been the speeches themselves have been public, with the candidates being asked to leave the room. I guess they could log in theoretically, but they should be discouraged from doing that.
Okay.
Members of the council and the audience have a chance to ask questions following their presentation. And then once all the presentations are complete, we move in camera and have a discussion as a council. And then vote in camera. Thank you.
Take away Adam.
Okay, so first off, I'd just like to thank all of council for giving me the floor and the time today. I've really spent this past weekend thinking quite a bit about my interview Friday, and more specifically, one of the questions I was asked and how unhappy I was with the answer. So one of the questions they asked me was, how do you get up on those really tough days and convince yourself to do what needs to be done when you just want to lay in bed? And I sort of froze up, and I gave some sort of a circular answer that didn't say much and really didn't speak to what motivated me. And by the time I left the student union building, I know how I should have answered. What motivates me is my drive to achieve every goal that I set for myself. In my time at Dalhousie, I've succeeded in many of these goals. I've increased my GPA each year, earning admittance onto the Dean's List and into the Golden Key Society. I've worked hard to move up the ranks of Dalhousie Rugby, earning a starting spot on the first side, and leadership positions being the vice president last year and the president this year. But the biggest goal I've set for myself is being appointed the VPFO of this student union, and I know that until I serve in that position, I will not feel ready to leave the university. I can accept failure, and I recognize that you can't always win, but what I can't accept is knowing that I didn't do everything that I could to succeed. The toughest challenges often provide the greatest rewards, and each setback towards a goal just makes success all the more sweet. That's why, despite being passed on as the nominee for this position 2 years in a row, I'm standing in front of you today, and maybe standing in front of some of you next year as well. If appointed, I will take that hard work and dedication to every task that each club, society, and member of this union seeks to achieve this year. I will work tirelessly to empower and support every single student at this university to better themselves each and every day. Working alongside my fellow executive and council members, we will move this union towards a more accountable, transparent, and engaged future. I will work through the good times and the bad, taking on each challenge and setback with the same perseverance and hard work I have over the past 4 years here. We will build on the success of our predecessors and learn from their shortcomings. I will actively seek feedback from my peers in the student body and will never be discouraged by a lack of recognition. This position is not about public acknowledgement or a line on my CV. It's about representing the students of this university. And more importantly, it's about progressing the collective goals of our constituency. Success for me in this position will not be judged by the thanks that we receive, but instead by the progress we as a council make. I have learned so much at this university and gained so much. I've grown significantly both academically and personally, and now it's my turn to give back to this union. Excuse me, sorry. It's now my turn to give back to this union. And like I said, I will not feel like I'm ready to leave this university until I've served in this position. Outside of the requisite operational and financial skills needed for this position, I bring a breadth of skills and experiences, including my strong leadership ability, that will allow me to have a direct and significant impact, not only on the students here, but on the greater Dalhousie community. All I ask for now is the opportunity to do so. Thank you.
Great. So we'll now move into a question and answer period. I will ask, and it will be 4 minutes as well. I will ask that only the answers be included in the 4 minutes, just so that it could be unfair if the questions take a long time to ask. So are there any questions? Great. Does someone want to run the mic?
I will.
Yeah. Great. Thanks. So again, questions? I saw Pat, but I will start writing them down.
Pat's right here.
Oh, I didn't raise my hand. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay. Cool.
Great speech, very nicely done. Council's not privy to resumes and such for this position, so can you speak to your financial background and the financial skills that you possess?
Absolutely. So aside from just the educational background that I've experienced in management, so my financial, accounting, operational courses, last semester I worked at CITCO as an operations analyst.
Hold on, bud, hold on.
Oh.
Yeah, that's actually, sorry.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
my mistake.
That is actually my mistake. I
Okay.
just told you that.
Not a problem. Okay, sorry. So other than the educational background, sort of the financial, accounting, and operational courses I've taken as part of the management program, last semester I worked at CITCO as an operations analyst, doing accounting and financial analysis for various hedge funds.
Any other questions?
What aspect of the position would you be most keen to reform, and what steps would you take to do so while in this position if you get the chance?
Thank you for that. I'm not sure if reform is exactly the word that I would use, but sort of the aspect of the job that I'm most keen to look at is financing for our clubs and societies, and how that the new alcohol policy that the university is going to introduce in the fall is going to affect that. I know from my experience as an executive on the competitive clubs that we will be losing a lot of funding, and as will the Greywood, as we won't be able to be promoting the Coors Light and Bud Light parties. So I guess what I'm most keen on is finding creative ways to to lessen the effect of that new sponsorship, and find ways to make sure that all of our students are able to achieve the goals that they set out for themselves.
Any questions? Jen? I'm going to ask each time if there are new questions, but I'm also trying to keep track of who's raising their hands over and over again.
Hey, so one of the parts of your portfolio will be communicating with different societies in order to run audits and that kind of thing. I just wanted to know what your experience was working with societies currently.
That's a fantastic question. My experience definitely favors sort of the club aspect of this university, but I do have quite a bit of experience working with the management society and participating in their various events, Movember and sort of the formals and that sort of thing. So while my experience does come from more of a club side, I do have a very good idea of how the societies for individual faculties run, and think that would be a great asset for me.
How's our timing, by the way?
2.5 minutes left.
Hi, my question is, you must have seen DSU work in the last 1 or 2 years. What concerns have come across you from the point of view of operations and not just finance? My concern is mainly operations, and would you be looking at them, and how?
Thank you for that. So operationally, the union and a criticism that I've heard from many students and came up quite a bit during the debates this year was sort of the lack of transparency or accountability that we've experienced over the past few years. So just from an operational standpoint, I'd like to work collaboratively with my fellow executives, sort of look at how we can make it more transparent, how can we be more accountable to our students, because at the end of the day, that's really what this job is about, is representing their needs and their desires, and if we're not accountable to them and not transparent to them, I don't think we can do that successfully. Sorry. Thank you.
Questions?
Ali, she's had her hand up multiple times. You just missed her.
Yeah, and so is Benji. But like, I've got you next.
I just wasn't sure who's here.
Yeah, just the reason I'm doing this is because
3 parts to my question. First one is, would you do more office hours? Second one is, I'm part of 3 societies, and we always pay up more for food in DSU than I would get outside. Last week I ordered 30 pizzas. If I had 20 pizzas, if I ordered that outside, I would have paid $100 less, but I paid $100 more because of the food restriction within DSU. This has been addressed many times by many societies, and nothing has been done yet. And the food services in DSU, I was in the committee meeting where people ordered for chicken burger to go off, but still there. So those are certain things. Would you look into what students want, or would you just go from a business perspective? Because people working in the DSU offices have told me that this is a business and not a student service. So this is actually supposed to be a student service, and it should work like a student service, not a business. That's my concern.
I absolutely agree with what you just said. It is a student service. It's absolutely not a business. And I think that your 2 questions directly linked to each other. This is obviously a salary-based position and not an hour-based position. So speaking to the office hours, I will work as many office hours as needed to meet all of the needs of all of our constituencies. In terms of the food concerns that you expressed, I will absolutely not be interested in a bottom-line profit for us, or minimizing sort of the expenses that we have. If we're not giving our students the best deal and not supporting them properly, that's a huge issue for me. And I'll speak to that directly and work on that as soon as I'm in office, making sure that we're providing the best deals possible to our students.
Anna.
Yeah, thanks. So you said that representation was really important for you. I was just wondering, what are what are all the examples of the clubs and organizations that you've been a part of here at DAL at your time here?
Great question. If I can be perfectly honest, when I was in first year, my involvement was very low, and I didn't really take part as much as I should have. Over the past 3 years, I think that I've done a great job of increasing that. So obviously, my involvement in the rugby team has been a huge part of my life, and we have really started moving ourselves away from sort of the negative reputation that we've experienced towards a more positive and opening future. So the bulk of my work is focused on that. In addition, I've done some work with the Management Society and participated in events there, as well as a little bit in the Economic Society, just sort of attending their events and their lectures, and yeah, sort of what they have to offer as well. So yeah, thank you.
Great. Alex, yeah.
Who's next?
Alex?
There's only 42
Time
seconds
to
left, so quick questions.
Just real quick, what previous engagement do you have with the student union and or the union itself?
So again, the most of my engagement would come through sort of the club, which we are affiliated with the union, and will be seeking ratification this year. Aside from that, I worked upstairs in the Career Leadership and Development Center for a year, working sort of frontline with students, helping them navigate our MyDAL and My Career system, and sort of progress their professional documents and resumes and cover letters and such. Just sort of helping our student body prepare themselves better for entering the professional workforce.
Did you still want to speak?
How much time is left?
15 seconds.
You can just yell it. Top answer.
What
do you know about sex in campus?
I know that it's the basis of our engineering campus, and I know that it does not get the kind of attention that it deserves. If appointed, I will ensure that we are giving them, all the students down there, the exact same treatment that we give our students here. It's easier here.
Yeah, very good.
Also, sorry that I didn't get you. Just like make sure you get my attention. It's really hard to see people next to me. Thank you very much.
Thank all of you. Good luck in your decision.
So if you could grab. I'm so bad at pronouncing.
I'll grab it.
Thank you. That's hard. I'm.
You'll say it again.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So yeah, I'm trying to. The reason I'm not making a speakers list is just because people might get their questions answered, and then that's not productive. But just make sure you like get my attention a lot, and then if I like see you multiple times, I will definitely make sure to call on you. Great. So welcome back. So we're giving people a 4-minute sort of speech as to what they are. What they want, yeah, you know what the speech is about, and then we'll go into a 4-minute question and answer.
Can I get a time signal?
Yeah, I'll tell you if there's 30 seconds or
just 1 minute.
1 minute?
3 seconds. 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Okay. Every minute.
No, not every minute. At the end of the 3 minutes. Okay. Thank you, everyone. I'm Mahbub Rahman, and in this short speech, I'm going to focus 3 major things. Number 1, what are my experience related to finance? Number 2, how I see this post of BPFO. And number 3, what are some things that I'm going to do if I'm elected as BPFO. So at first, my experience. Currently, I'm the Vice President of Finance of Dalhousie Engineering Graduate Society, DEGS. Maybe you all know, it is the best departmental society of the year, and we got the Impact Award. And for my job description, I need to deal with the chair the budget committee. I prepared the budget for this year. I audit the D-level societies, and I prepared all the documents to be audited by DAX, submitted to them. And this year, I had only 1 comment on the whole book, and that was excellent. And I also approved the grants. We give travel grants to students. So after applying, we review them, and I give approve the travel grants if the documents and everything is okay. So after doing all these finance stuffs, I think I'm quite capable of doing this similar type of job in a bigger scale. And my previous experience, I'm a master's student here, and in bachelor in my country, I was the president of the student society. And before being the president, I was the finance secretary. So finance goes with me always. And I have a basic civil engineering degree, but in my country, we have courses like accounting, economics, project management, and professional practice in our courses. So I have the basics of those also. And in between, before coming to Canada, I have the job for a few years in a university as a faculty position. And there I was involved with the student society as a coordinator. And I need to do lots of stuff there, and mainly planning the events and looking up to the budgets and everything, preparing that. So I had a huge experience of managing student societies and going, especially in the finance part. So then what I look in this position, what is this VPF look like to me? For me, it's not only one individual position, it's one of the 5 executives that will run the next year DSU. So, during the election process, I was one of the active volunteer to question these candidates, different questions with them, and I was very impressed to know what they're thinking about those student issues. And after that, to me, I think there is something missing in those. If we see the 4 executives we have elected by our vote, there is something missing. And I think I am the perfect person to fill this gap because I'm an engineering student, I'm from Section campus, somehow not that much represented. I'm an engineering student and I'm an international student. So there's another thing, and I'm a graduate student. So I think I can bring all those to the tables if I'm one of the 5 executives. And the major things I want to do as BPFO, one thing is I want to make a financial budget committee that councillors and non-councillors can give input in the budget making process to be more transparent. And then I want to make the society audit stuff much more accessible for the societies, because I know this year DISA and other societies I have some really bad times dealing with this audit process. And then I'd be very love to take the charge of the sub renovation. With all my finance experience, I'm a civil engineer, and you'll get the civil engineering experience of my part of the, it's free. So I think I'm the best candidate for this position, and I'll appreciate your support, and thank you for giving me the chance.
Great. So you know the drill.
Yeah.
Same as last time.
So you've got 4 minutes. I'm not going to record the questions. We're just going to record your answers. So who's first?
Great speech. You got some great ideas. That's really encouraging to hear. Question: you're a graduate student. How do you plan to balance the demanding office hours and all of your constitutional mandates here at the DSU with your master's studies?
Very good question. Actually, in master study, we need to take 4 courses and a thesis. A thesis is the main part of the program, and I have completed all my 4 courses in these 2 terms, fall and winter. So the next year is I'm doing a thesis, and I'm thinking with doing my thesis works with my supervisor and doing this job, I can handle this, because for this last 6 to 7 months, taking these 4 courses, doing my research, and managing everything, I think I have done pretty well. I have engaged in many societies I've engaged with, and of course I maintain the academic standard. I have all A+ grade in my courses, and of course I have published a conference paper, so my supervisor is happy. I think it will not affect anyone.
Any other questions?
I'm gonna be asking the same questions to all the candidates. So there are 3 parts to my question. First one, you know them because you come to our DISA meeting, so this is what we talk about. So the food services in DSU are like way expensive than if we could get it from outside. There are lots of restrictions in DSU building, and I think it falls directly under BPFO. The second one, okay, I think I mixed first part and second part, right? The food services is what we have in the ground floor, and that was not changed based on what students wanted this year. And the third part would be, would you do more office hours, because we don't want to go to locked doors.
Thank you. Food service actually should be one of the priority because of the short space. I can add those, but actually I don't know about the terms and agreements of all those stuffs right now. But I think I should go into this and talk with the other executives how to improve that. And of course, I have some first-hand experience because in our programs also there's some restriction about what we can bring, what not to bring. I don't know what is the process of being in that kind of way, but it should be improved in a way that societies can arrange and plan their programs accordingly with that kind of hassle. And according to the office hours, I think in DEX now we have only 2 hours, 2 hours of office allocated for each of the executives. But I'm if you go to Dake's office, I think most of the time you will find me there. So I'm committed to the work as long as there. And there are other methods of communication. If you are not able to be in the office, you need to, if anyone approach you for audits or something, you need to fix the time that come to me that time. I think I can make those happen. That if someone approaches me for the first time, whether mail or any other medium, I can give you a fixed date that he will be not in front of a locked door, rather he will be me.
Any questions? Jen?
Haha, I get to ask you a question this time. So part of your portfolio, again, I'm asking this to every candidate, part of your portfolio is going to be working with different societies about their audits, and I just wanted to know what experience you have communicating with societies.
So I'll answer in two parts. The one part, what experience I have about auditing societies. I have audited the D-level society. I have a D-level society, biomedical society, and somehow they're that much serious about the audit. But this year I made them to go through the process, though it was not easy to push them, but they then realized that we need to go through the process. If someone goes through the process, I think it's very easy to handle and the audit process. And about from the society's perspective, I think there should there is, I think, specific deadlines, but I don't know how it maintained. Maybe there is some gap of communication between societies and the BPFO. So so as for my past 6 or 7 months experience, I have involved in so many societies, and I know how they works and what is the best time for this, and I can I think I can do that communication better than any other. That I know from the both part. I'm auditing some societies, and I'm part of the society being audited, so I know the both experience.
There's 51 seconds left.
I didn't get a chance to ask the other candidate this, but it's a pretty basic question. What sort of vision do you have for the for your? Just could you say a few words about what you would like to do in office, and just talk about a few of your goals? You know, 1 or 2 would be fine.
Actually, my office, I have mentioned earlier, I see this opportunity as part of the team, and I'm really excited that the team we have voted for the next year, and I'll be very honored and privileged to be part of the team. And they have all 4 executives have lots of good commitment, and I will make sure that they will go with this commitment and some kind of check and supporting them, and some kind of making sure that they're doing the right job.
Do we have enough time left to have another question?
There's 18 seconds.
Cool. If anyone wants a question with an 18-second answer, that's your chance. Okay, great. Well, thank you so much.
Nice try.
Trying to squeeze every penny in.
Awesome. So we're giving candidates or nominees 4 minutes to speak with themselves, and then we're doing a 4-minute question and answer period where only the answers are timed. So,
Okay. Is this working? Okay.
Hi everyone, my name's Alexa Reedman. I'm a 5th-year undergraduate student at Dalhousie. That's not because I failed a lot of classes, I just happen to do 2 degrees simultaneously. I'm currently a Bachelor of Management program student as well as the Bachelor of Science. I just really like science, so I need to do it as well as the business stuff. I've served 2 years as the president of the Dalhousie Management Society. My 2nd term actually just ended the other day. I've also sat on the Board of Operations here for the past year, so love finance, love operations. Great things to be. The main reason that I'm really interested in this position and doing work for the Student Union is I see there's a lot of room for growth and development, and one of my biggest interests is organizational development and teamwork. which sounds, I know like they really sound like buzzwords, but I promise I'll explain. So in terms of organizational development, in my time here, I've served as a society executive of at least 7 different societies, because I'm just far too over-involved at times. But I've built 2 societies from the ground up in my time here, one of them being the Greek Council Society and the other being the Dalhousie Management Society. When I came into my first term, the only transition I had was a piece of paper that gave us signing authority, and that was it. So I had to build an entire organization and figure out what my responsibilities were in a very, 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 I guess, like rapid time. So that was intimidating, but it was one of the best experiences I've ever had. As for teamwork, my entire degree is based around managing people, and I think that's really, really vital to this role. One thing that I mentioned in my interview, and I'd really like to reiterate here, is the importance of people working together as a team. So one thing I think is really important going into next year is a really strong orientation, not only for the executives, but for council as a whole. So what I would like to see in terms of orientation, obviously, is your professional expectations next year, but also a social orientation. So I'd really like everybody to connect on a social level, so we really have this foundation of respect for one another, whether you have the same opinion on something or not. And having that foundation lets us all work together as a team moving forward, which I think is so vital for us in the next coming year. Yeah, no, I have a pretty good sense of humor, and I really like dinosaurs. Just like fun fact of the day, love dinosaurs a little too much. I have a dinosaur necklace. I was going to wear it, but I didn't. My experience with finance, I was the vice president of finance for my sorority, Alpha Gamma Delta, for a year. And in that year, I had to create a budget, cover expenses, all the good stuff. We also had to send an annoying amount of paperwork to International bi-weekly. But the year that I was finance, we actually won the International Finance Excellence Award over the other 150 chapters of the International Sorority. So that was really exciting. I think that's all I really have to say in terms of who I am. So thank you for listening, and apologize about all the dinosaur talk.
Amazing. So who has a question? Benji?
I have 3 parts to my question. First one, DSU should function as a service for students, not a business. So how would you look into changing the food services based on what students want? That's my first part. The second part is societies pay more for their food if they order within DSU than if they could get it from outside. So that's because they have food restrictions on the camp in the building. The third one is, would you be open to do more office hours, and would you be more society oriented or people oriented than just numbers? Thank you.
I'm just going to answer the last part of that first. So I've actually worked in customer service since the time I was 14. So I'm very, very good at working with people. I would say, not to sound like a keener, but I would like to be both society and people oriented. Yes, I'm very good with numbers, I'm very good with operations, but I enjoy working with people quite a lot. And as for office hours, like I like to work hard and a lot. So I'm there whenever you need me to. Sorry, could you repeat the part about food services?
Food services in the building, there was student consultation, and it wasn't changed on what students wanted, so it falls right under your portfolio. Like, you are the one who sits around, makes the contracts, and talks to people about the food contract. So would you be open to have another consultation with students and societies and change it? And there is food restriction for societies even in the building, and societies pay more, and if you want proof, I can get you proof for those. So if you are the next VPFO. So would you be open to discuss that too?
Yes, I'd be very open to discussing that and listening to input. Did I answer all parts of your question? Okay.
Any other questions? Actually, Daniel had his hand up.
I'm just curious what your take on Sexton campus is and what you know about it.
All right, so I talked to Beth quite a lot. So that'll probably answer some of that. So I know there's a lot of issues with segregation with Sexton campus, and maybe not so much issues, but people don't feel as connected. So I would be interested, if people want me to go down to Sexton campus at times, I'd be more than happy to. In addition to that, there is also segregation within the agricultural campus, which I realize is another operations thing we need to look at this year. So I realize we have some issues with policy surrounding how to incorporate them, and that's something that I'd really like to look into.
Any other questions? Chica?
Hi. My question is that international students have consistently raised concerns about the money they pay to DSU and whether they should or should not, since they don't receive much services, which is quite true for the $70 they pay each term. Now, my concern is, what would you be willing to add as an international student service that could justify the kind of amount that the students are paying, not including any of the social events? They don't want social events anymore. My second concern is, are you willing to add any emergency bursaries for incoming international students for some concerns that I've already raised in council earlier regarding health emergencies, for which often international students don't have the money when they just come to Canada?
Okay, so to answer your first part, I don't know what international students want, so I don't think I can answer that fully. What I would say is I would like to talk to you and any other international students that would like to speak to me about what it is that they want and what it is that I can do for them. I think consultation is key there. Honestly, I don't know what it is that would benefit you the most. If you guys can tell me, then I will go figure it out for you, but I don't know at this time. As for emergency bursaries, looking into the budget, once again, that would be something I think I would have to sit down with yourself or whoever else was on the committee exactly to figure out the logistics. I would be open to discussing it, absolutely, but at this time I can't say absolutely yes or no, just because I don't have enough information at this time.
Any other questions? Jen? Okay, I'm just going to
So part of your portfolio is going to be working with societies. Sorry, I've been asking this to everyone, but part of your portfolio is going to be working with societies regarding their audits. And so I just wanted to know if you could speak to your communication with societies currently, what that looks like.
I've got a minute 15 left.
Okay, I'll talk really quickly then. So I'm currently the president of the Dalhousie Management Society, as I discussed. Well, actually, just ended. So I manage over 20 undergraduate volunteers at this time. So that's how I interact with those students. We also work closely with the Dalhousie Commerce Society on some things as well. And I am also always trying to contact others. So speaking to Taylor about DAS things, reaching out to others, etc. In terms of audits, like I said, very people-oriented, society-focused, and I would hope to help them with audits in a way that's not intimidating, like teaching them about financial literacy. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, but I'm just trying to talk really fast right now.
Okay, questions? Ben said the question.
Hello. I just wanted to ask you just what your vision was for the office when you were to come in, and what your priorities would be and what you would hope to accomplish.
Sorry, so as I discussed before, the orientation of teams is really, really important to me, but the main thing too is that I know there's been a lot of talk about policy, finance changes, etc. Mostly, I just want to build a really strong foundation from which we can continue building upwards. So bringing structure into place, not in a way that's really that hinders abilities to move forward, but to support everybody and move forward together. That would be my main thing. That would be my main focus. Also making sure that when we are talking about financial things, that I'm able to communicate them in an effective manner that people actually understand. So high financial literacy, that would be the last thing I have to say.
Thank you. Great. So do we have a motion to move in camera? Great. Motion to move in camera needs a second. It has a second. And all in favor of moving in camera? If you're in favor of moving in camera, stand up.
Not ballots.
What? Did everybody wait?
You didn't put 1, 2, 3.
I put 1, 2, 3.
I
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
I almost put the name and then 1, 2, 3.
Can I use the same time?
And then.
I was there for last year. I have a little thing in the box. Box?
Okay. And then,
Sorry.
can't count for
I'm a little behind.
Has anybody not put their ballot in the ballot box?
We done get vote.
I was up for reading. With 1 or 2 weeks between.
Can I do a point of information, please?
Yeah.
I don't remember, maybe I missed it, I don't remember voting on whether or not the teacher strike stuff was going to be left on the agenda or not. Did we vote?
It was taken off.
It was.
Because I don't remember voting on that one.
We did.
We did.
Thanks for checking in, though. Great. Has anybody not put their ballot in the ballot box? Awesome. Does anybody have any recommendations about where we can count these?
That room right there.
The study room.
You can open the DSU boardroom.
Perfect. Okay.
So we'll take a recess then, of like 15 minutes.
No, we did like 5.
5 minutes?
5-minute recess.
Perfect.
Let's go outside and play for 5 minutes!
9:30 vote to not extend the meeting.
I was just going to say, like,
Yeah, everyone that voted. No, I think you screwed it once. Start a meeting.
There was actually showing up.
I like
Everyone your questions. I would never fly. Also, no, I'm going to chair right now. Yeah, it's different. I think it's got the next, right? Yeah. Totally. I was like, oh, can you make it her rep? I mean, sure, I don't know.
She's supposed to stay. Whatever that means. So.
You don't have a.
I just feel like the whole room.
No, I can control all my questions. Yeah, totally did. Yeah, I was doing that. I have to make it back to Oh, you meant all that. Came out so like that's really nice. Yeah, like I guess now yes. It's hard. Like it's not. I know. I was thinking of that, and I was like, do they actually know? But mostly we just meet it. I want to see. Back to him.
It's perfectly fine.
Is your certification since you don't have anything right there? Yeah, I did that. K-pop, yeah, she got closed down. It was fun, it was great, yeah. Is it still the only, or was it? Is there now? There's no.
So we should add something. I can't
Yeah, no, I don't want to say that. Yeah. I need to go.
I was talking about all the graduates all the time. Now I don't even know, like last year I used to I'm getting better now. Like I've been like totally right. It's just like no, yeah, it's like yeah. So it's fun. Have a good time. That was a lot of fun. I want to go back to my previous life. It's weird, but it's like it is. I like to read. Yeah. Summer ago, we really got very, very. Yeah, so anyway, there was a lot of judges. We're talking about how, like, they say tune in people, so you have an issue, well, the ratings are forward, and maybe your right is people will get overturned, right? And you just said, well, that's not really much of an option for us because the legal system is just not functioning. Yeah, totally. It's just a colonization. Yeah, it's just colonization. So like when we go, sometimes we win, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't actually give us anything. Yeah, so like I'm curious to know. I really have to pee. Me too. I do too, but I really like the conversation. And I really try to find people in the like, beating heads. Yeah. So I'm curious to know.
I'm in my 5th year of university. 3rd year of program. 1st year. So, I was in DSU. Studying architectural science. Before that, I was in Victoria. No, I actually upgraded to company. It was 8 technology. I took 10
Also, like, apparently, when I'm talking to you,
like pretty much I took it. It was like an art class, and one of our professors took
always get to the one.
And I was like,
I'll be calling this meeting back to order in 30 seconds. If everybody could please find their seats, that would be great.
Practice. Strategy. Yeah, she
was an experiment. She had it.
Are our cameras back on and everything? I'm missing a lot of people. I don't know where they went. Do you want to go run around and find everyone?
I'll take a trip down.
Probably in the Tim Hortons line.
I'll run down and let them.
What about it? As the night got longer, people don't get.
Apparently, one person still needs to be around. But I think all they need to do is stay.
That's above average.
Okay, I really just want to get this meeting going, if that's okay with everyone. So I'm going to call it back to order, and you can fill your neighbors in when they get back. So after counting the ballots with our scrutineers, I'm happy to announce that Habu is our new VP. Thanks for everyone's cooperation in that process. Much appreciated. So we're now going to move into our presentations. Our first presentation is...
Point of order?
Yeah.
Shouldn't we have a motion to destroy the ballots first? Oh, yeah.
That would be great. Yeah.
Second.
Thanks. Great. I'll destroy them. Yeah.
How would you destroy them?
In my pocket. Great. So moving on, we have our presentation by Jacqueline, who is not here. I hope it's friendly with council if we move on to our second presentation. Cool. Great.
Sorry.
I hope it's friendly with council if we move on and have our second presentation on the budget by Josh.
Yay.
Great.
Hey guys. All right, so this presentation is going to be short. It's like 4 slides, just kind of a briefing on the budget, kind of where we're at right now. So just to be clear, moving into the next year, right now we're budgeted at a $15,000 deficit. That may not be as giantly incremental as that may sound. Some reasons for that. Dalhousie, after releasing the admission statistics for the next year, looking at an only increase of 50 students. Not a percentage, literally 50 students. So I can't really budget higher than that. And obviously our expenses still increase on a year-by-year basis. Food service, as we mentioned tonight, is something right now that's kind of underperforming for us. It's something we've been reviewing this year and will be probably a pretty hot topic next year. We had an RFP process previously, and right now we're kind of underperforming exactly by a rather substantial amount compared to where that should have brought us. So that's something we're going to be looking at improving in the next year. However, next year is an improvement on this year. Then the final slide, obviously we're still moving towards a renovation, which would be a complete relaunch of the sub, especially the Greywood, which right now is one of our largest operational losses. This renovation right now, at the absolute least, sees a shrinking of the Greywood, which would substantially decrease expenses and hopefully increase revenues. The other thought is obviously that in redoing the sub and redoing any part of the sub, it's going to be a new refreshing space, can bring in new revenue, bring in new students, bring in new services. So yeah, that's about everything I have in this presentation. Kept it kind of basic, straight to the point, kind of the key issues. So I figure any questions might be the best bet here.
Do you want me to run the mic and you can kind of share the question and answer period? Wow, okay.
That was all me, by the way. Second mic was all me. And him.
Thanks, Josh, and I appreciate you keeping that so brief. One question to do with the renovations, and now I think it's the best time of any time. When will the new renovation plans with the changes in the financing structure be discussed at council?
For sure.
And maybe you can briefly mention.
Most definitely. So there's been some discussion with the university. Financing was never actually nailed down. Right now it's looking like we have had to change the financing structure. That's why you guys haven't really heard much just now. We don't really want to bring anything back until there's a nice structured, kind of set in stone financials for that. So right now we're looking at a downgraded project given what the university has given us as far as financing options, which were a bit different than what we had before. So right now it's looking like we should have some kind of plans probably in the early summer at the latest. We had a meeting today just to try and get some kind of straight answer as to where we can go as far as financing, what we're going to be able to do.
I really wish I could just stand in the middle of the table.
I was just curious what the like unused funding was from like things that we had budgeted for, and we just came way under budget on them. Like,
I don't have a full summary of that yet, just because we don't have the full end of the year financials just yet. But once we have those, we can have a discussion about it. I can leave a report about that. But I mean, right now there's not a full summary of it just yet. Our fiscal year ended April 1st, so we haven't quite summarized everything.
Do we have speakers' rights?
So just to clarify a couple things, according to, I went through a lot of the council minutes for almost a year or whatever. So the referendum question has failed during the elections. However, it still means that we're going to have a renovations based on half of that money. So my question is I may not know the full financial background, but do we currently already have that money, or is that going to be another fee to pay for that?
There will not be a new fee. Since the referendum did not pass, the fee won't be changing at all. We'll still be collecting what is collected now, and the whole idea is that we would be financing the project, so we wouldn't be paying it up front. Just it would be financed over a number of years, so we would have either monthly or annual payments. So that money that we have now would just be used to fund those annual or monthly payments. Thanks.
Any more questions on the budget? Great.
Sorry, I actually do have a question.
Cool.
Sorry, I just don't really know how to phrase this question. I was expecting, so do we not get to see a budget that is proposed for next year, or like what normally happens here?
It hasn't been sent out yet because we're not voting tonight. Tonight's just me making a presentation, talking to you guys. I'm going to be sending out the budget for everyone to look at because it just went to the board for a vote this morning. So then what I'm going to be doing is opening up, I was going to speak to this as well, just the process for the next little bit, opening up both obviously emails and anyone who wants to email me for a meeting time until Friday to come forward, bring any kind of discussion points they may want to talk about, or anything like that, any kind of concerns. And then I'll be sending out whatever that finalized budget is with those concerns noted or whatever that may be to council Friday to have our vote next Wednesday.
So will we see a proposed budget so that we know what to ask questions on before Friday?
Yeah, I'll be sending that out before Friday so that we can have discussions about it Thursday, Friday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next Friday.
No. The vote will be next Wednesday, so I'll be sending it out end of tonight after this meeting for people to review over the course of Thursday, over the course of Friday. Come in whenever they want. I'll be in my office. You can email me ahead of time. It'd be kind of preferable, but I'll be around no matter what. As well as any emails, you can email me questions too or give me a call.
Okay, so like 48 hours to review the budget and then come and talk to you.
Yeah, and I mean it'll also still be available for review up until next Wednesday. Like the vote's not going to happen before then. So any questions can still be voiced then. Just I'm going to make a special care to make sure that I have excessive amounts of time the next 2 days so that anyone who wants to come in and see me is completely.
Anybody else? Yeah.
This is about the future budget, right?
Yeah, this is next year's budget.
Okay. I have this question, like societies get levies, so how much is actually going to the societies? Because it would be good if you could put that also, right? Like as a...
It is included on the first page of the budget. Okay. If you look, this is really zoomed in. Oh, that's really zoomed out. All right. So we have this. This doesn't have the fee amounts in there yet because they haven't gone to the Dow board, so I didn't put them in yet. But the fee increases will be in there. So what we have here is all of the major levied societies. Just right there. It's not going to show all of the ones outside of that, but I can find it just because those amounts do change based on attendance, whereas these are set in stone based on those attendance numbers.
Okay.
I can find out for societies as they contact on like a per society basis as Dow reconciles the fees with us.
Okay, what about the money that societies haven't got? Because I know I'm part of a society that hasn't got the funding for this entire year.
Which society was that?
DSA. We haven't finished the audit due to some issues. So we haven't got the money. So what does that carry over to the next budget?
Yeah. Oh yeah. What happens? Okay. That money's not even factored into the budget because what happens with society monies is it's an in and out. So we receive it, we pay out to societies. So your money, we're not taking your money if you don't pass your audit.
Oh yeah.
It carries forward into the next year. So once an audit is passed, that money's paid. All that money previous is paid out.
So is there a part of that, like if, for example, if somebody pays $60 to DAGs, is something taken out of that as a DSU fee, or 60 is just given to them?
That 60 that's paid to DAGs goes to DAGs.
Okay.
There's a separate DSU fee that's paid, but we do not take any of the society's money. The society money comes in, the society money goes back out to that society when the audit's passed.
Okay.
Yep.
So they could just divide it by the numbers and find out how many students are there.
Exactly. So, yeah. So obviously, like the budget's just like a prescribed schedule. So obviously, for the larger levied societies, we really need to kind of have at least some kind of idea for them in the budget to factor in. For the other societies, given that it's so variable, we don't really try and do that just because it's projections.
Thank you.
No worries.
Anybody else? Cool.
Perfect. Thanks, guys.
Thank you for the great shot.
No worries.
Jacqueline, you're back. Great. Do you want to do your presentation now?
Sure, I'd love to.
Cool. So moving on, our next agenda item is presentation on DSU advocacy moving forward.
You need to give the presentation? No, I'm not.
Good evening, everybody. As you might know, my name is Jacqueline, and I am actually stepping in next year as the Vice President Academic and External. I intended to give a presentation a few weeks from now, just with a very detailed outline about everything I plan to do, but I thought that tonight would be a really good opportunity to very quickly, and by very quickly, I mean in about 5 minutes, just introduce the idea that advocacy going forward isn't necessarily, actually isn't at all, if I have anything to say about it, and if everything goes a certain way tonight. It's just a constant discussion about our external organizations. I have something printed out here. I'd like to give everybody a copy if you can just kind of like send those around that way. Wait, those are actually, the bottom might be totally different. Yeah. Make sure everybody gets that. This is a quick one-page thing just to give you an idea about what I'm thinking, where I'm starting right now. And when I say quick, I mean it's quick. I just wanted to point out to Council that the discussion lately hasn't really been one that's at all engaging in a positive way. Everyone seems to think that advocacy is something that they don't want to talk about, they don't want to deal with. And to me, coming into this position, that's a really big problem. That's going to be my entire job. If nobody wants to touch this position, I'm going to have a really rough year, a really boring year, and I'm not going to be able to reach out to students. So the best place to start is here. I'd like to point out that it's been a huge advantage in my budget line that we don't have to pay full membership fees to CASA. I'm of the opinion that it would be even better if we had to pay absolutely no money to CASA, and I have a number of ideas going forward that would be really greatly benefited by that. The few things that I've put down here are really just starting points for conversation. I would like it if you guys could get back to me with other things. If you could just think about this, point out to your constituents that advocacy is something we're going to continue to be talking about. And it, like I said, it's a different type of discussion going forward. It's not what we're used to. It's not what you're done with at this point. I wanted to kind of open the floor for any kind of questions you might have right now. Prior to that, let me quickly address the comments made earlier that this presentation was going to make reference to the votes we're having tonight. It is. In a certain way, it really is. It would be to my benefit, and I believe to the benefit of every student at this table and at this university, if we were not members of these organizations. I was at the AGM for CASA I think it was about 3 weekends ago now, and I was incredibly unimpressed with it. The report that I was privy to, the one that I sat in on, was about mental health, and I did hear the mental health problems being referenced, which to me is really not the way to go about it. It was a very broad report. It was research that I've seen before, I've heard before, and didn't do anything that I would consider innovative or useful for students at large. I think we have more to do here. This is just, like I said, quick thing, introducing the idea that there is more to do. I'd also like to point out, because it's been brought up so many times, and I don't want you to think that it's just brought up and dropped, other schools have actually dropped out of CASA. They lost about $100,000 worth of their membership fees in the past 2 weeks. Can't remember off the top of my head, but it's Western, McMaster, Moncton, and Waterloo are all out. So we would not be alone in that. I'm not going to harp on about that. That's not my intention. My intention is to get new ideas from you guys. And I hope this is a starting point. If you have, again, anyone have anything to say right now? I don't know if am I allowed to do that? Take questions?
Yeah. Do you want to go over, like, are you done your presentation?
It really was just to put forward the idea that advocacy isn't going to be what it has been. I don't want you guys to walk out of the semester thinking that that's all it was and that's all it can be. And I want to start off a new term with something on a really positive note, a hopeful note, and much more engaging. So yes, questions, please. I think Ali's handling it, yeah?
Yeah.
Can you put a time on it?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah, can we have 30 seconds, 45 seconds?
Perfect.
Can someone time it?
Yeah, I got it.
Thank you.
I just give the paper a quick scan, and I'm reading scholarships for students working with the Advocacy department. What do you mean by working with?
A lot of the money that we have now in the budget and the money that we could have if we were not members of these organizations would be put toward creating an advocacy department. It's something that these other universities actually already have. Most universities, even if they're members of external organizations, have them. I think it's detrimental that we don't have one. I think it's necessary. I want to build one over the next few months. It's something that I think is hugely important. I don't want to hear immediately that there's no set plan for this. I realize that that's our job to come up with one. Was for the scholarship thing, if they're working with the advocacy department, I want students that are involved with advocacy to have the opportunity to actually be reimbursed for it or compensated for it. I think that scholarships at the university, I've actually been doing research into it, the amount that you're awarded and the number of scholarships hasn't increased with the way that tuition has increased. And if we have it within our purview to reward students for working for us and with us and being engaged, we should. And that's an initiative that I think is important. Also, it's specifically for international students as well. That should be added in there because there are not enough scholarships for international students. Again, it's funny, we made a comment before. I'm one of them. I'm another exec next year. That's an international student. Invisible International.
Great, sorry, I'm making a seats list now. Caitlin. Just the most important thing that sticks out to me in this is the fact that you specifically mentioned that we need to focus on our university, and I'm really interested in, given your involvement this past year, on how you would like to see Dalhousie be our focus for advocacy, especially given all the issues that are going on.
That's such a loaded question for me. The big thing, this is funny, the big thing this year that we were all involved in, that a lot of students on a grassroots level got involved in, we've heard it before, is the library. And that's a really great example of students getting together and finding money where there actually apparently wasn't any. There was. We wound up with $250,000 and the certainty that that money is going to be safeguarded, that budget will be safeguarded with the CPI. What do I wish to see for the university? I would think that the best form of advocacy starts here, get students involved in kind of addressing their concerns, like courses not being available, funding not being available, and just more local advocacy. I'm not coming up with very good answers to anything right now. I'm so fried from this meeting already.
Actually, I have a lot of questions, but I don't know if I could put them all together. One thing that I was involved with a few advocacy groups for the 2 years. Like whatever we have tried, we like people who involve have really good intentions, but sometimes it doesn't go really well. The university doesn't respond back. So I think we should start doing some like really serious stuff. Like, yeah. Yeah. How are you gonna do that? Like strict things, like the university should respond, because I had plans for a hunger strike. So, and you should do repetitive consultations and check your progress with students on a monthly basis at least.
I really like your last point, and having an advocacy department that is student-run and student-focused is a huge part of that. If we're dealing with staff members that are basically external to the student population, we're always going to be dealing with people that don't have our best interest initially at hand, at heart. The advocacy department in and of itself, if it is student-centric, is student-centric. We have our own checks and balances. It immediately falls within our own purview, within our own responsibility, because we've chosen our own people. How am I going to get the administration to listen? Have a really good track record, actually, of speaking with them and having a very good, amicable working relationship with the admin. I know that they aren't usually amenable to students kind of trying to make these changes and having really strong, outspoken campaigns. But if you work hard and you work smart, things happen, and we've seen that this year. That answers your question.
Also, just a reminder, I did put a time limit on the question and answer period. Feel free to raise your hand and interject with a motion to call the question. Not call the question. You have to exhaust the speakers list. Yeah. Was that what you were doing now? Great. Do you have a seconder? All in favor of exhaustion? The speakers list is currently Nona, Pat, Daniel, Jessica, Jen, and JD. Great. All in favor of exhausting speakers list? Fantastic. Any objections? Like that noted?
Yes, please.
And abstentions. Fantastic. Carry on.
Hi. I feel very limited because I don't have a lot of experience when it comes to like past experience when it comes to advocacy, but I also have like faith in what students from Dow can do in terms of advocacy. One of my major issues about the whole CASA situation is, from my understanding, through them we are represented nationally on national level. And maybe this is a question to you, but how confident are you that this advocacy committee or group can actually make a national impact? Because I feel, okay, the office is going to be here in some part of the building, and can we make that national reach? Like, let people know not just what we're doing, but I don't know how to put it, but you know.
No, that's an excellent question. It's something that I've thought a lot about. And being the person taking this position next year, I think it's really important. The biggest thing that we can do nationally next year to have a huge impact is to affect the way that students are voting and whether or not they vote in the federal election. And CASA, they have an idea for kind of getting students to vote. I don't think it's going to be effective for us. And these other four universities and other universities that were sitting in the room when they gave their presentation about federal elections agreed that it's going to be an incredibly expensive campaign and it's not going to be effective. It's going to take a lot more work than it's ever going to be worth at our schools. So I think that their big campaign for the next year is getting people to vote. We can do that on our own. We are much more effective at doing that. We ran a campaign this year that was successful, and I think we could do even better. So federally, I don't think we need them next year. And if we find out that we're wrong, we can amend the situation and rejoin in a year.
Okay, multi-part question. One, how much money do we have available if nothing changes tonight for you to enact this vision? Two, what about that pot of money, or what about that pot of money makes you think that you wouldn't be able to enact everything you're talking about here with what you have available to you? And three, do you think that if somebody sat in on one of our council meetings, as you sat in on one CASA meeting, they would have a full appreciation of what it is that we do here?
Can I take the last question first?
Absolutely.
I think if they sat on this meeting, they'd want to be a part of every single one of them because this has just been really fascinating from the get-go. Or they would have left along with Sagar at the very beginning. That's not a dig at Sagar, that's just like, I can't believe this is actually happening. What about the pot of money? I know that my entire budget for the next year is about $65,000. I'm pretty sure that's actually not inclusive of salary. $65,000 is a good amount of money. It's pretty solid. Am I right in that? I was just looking, maybe you know top of your head.
60 months.
Yeah, I would say yes, it's public.
60 half the salary.
Okay.
That's conference printing involved.
Okay, so absolutely everything, $60,000. So that's not as much, that's actually a lot less money than I thought it was going to be. I didn't think that was inclusive of salary. I've been speaking with admin and with student services about putting together scholarships and things like that. Money that I would want to put toward that would be at least half of it. Setting up an advocacy department and having someone full-time to work for us and work with us. Even students, I was thinking graduate or PhD students, and I've spoken with advisors in student services about that as well. That costs a lot of money, and then actually running all of these campaigns is even more expensive. The campaign that CASA was going to cost was I think it was at least $100,000. That's an effective campaign across a number of universities, I understand that, but if you broke that down even for each constituent, that's still about my entire budget for campaigns. So I do think that having the extra money would be incredibly beneficial. On the same note of having money, I think it's outrageously irresponsible to just spend money because we have money to spend on something and call that the status quo. That's the biggest thing that's irked me about this entire CASA vote. It's like, that's the status quo. No, the status quo is holding it in and not wasting it on something that we actually fundamentally disagree with doing. So can I use the money? Yes. Will I absolutely use all of it and not put it aside and make sure that it doesn't get touched if nothing comes up that it would be beneficial for? Yeah, I would put it aside.
Have you given any consideration about sharing the staff and utilizing the staff of SNS that we're part of at the moment?
Absolutely. I've actually been in close contact with everyone at SNS. I text them pretty constantly. I'm not someone who's just looking to drop out of an organization and leave people hanging and not do things that would work for students. I spend a lot of time making sure that things go well at this university. Getting in touch with them, we actually just do have very differing hopes for things. And you disagree with me all you want, that's totally fine. Sat at a government roundtable, I think it was last week, with Sandra McKenzie, and listening to the way that they speak with her, the way that they deal with people around the table. We were at the table, right? So we're sitting at this table, putting our issues forward. Other universities were there as well. I just don't see that they're absolutely fundamental to what we want to accomplish at this point.
Can we have speakers rights for Jessica, please? Taylor?
I just have one question. Our president had resigned tonight, Sagar, and on his way in resigning, he had mentioned that he could not be part of this. I hope I reiterate this properly, because of the legal obligations to be sued down the road 7 years or whatever that may be. In moving forward in a project like this, do we have a full understanding what the legal repercussions of this actually may be, or what we would have to do to be able to do this?
Sure. Everything I've been told and everything I've read from the lawyers that work with the DSU and have worked with the DSU closely over the past few months, if not the last few years, we are legally completely in the clear. All of this is totally acceptable moving forward. There's no real grounds for them to sue us. And Sagar and anyone else at this table, if you're concerned, are completely fine. You have absolutely nothing to worry about. We have nothing to worry about. And this is totally acceptable going forward. It's a motion to rescind. That's it. Much more simple than we seem to be making it to be.
Our final speaker is Jen.
So this year for voter turnout, we had a 10% voter turnout. It's really clear that students at Dal aren't actually engaged in our union, and I just wanted to see if you could speak on how promoting or creating internal advocacy that was more relevant to our students, like what that would look like in terms of bringing more people into engaging with the union.
I really like that question for a whole bunch of reasons. I really like the idea of having more money here because I think that the diversity of campaigns that we've been running so far is kind of lacking. I'd like to see different groups of students have access to advocacy resources at the university and get to run the sort of campaigns that actually get them involved, get them engaged, and kind of teach them how to reach their own goals, give everyone a bit more of a chance to get things done. And I think the more resources we have, the more financial resources we have, the more possible that is. I don't see SNS stepping in to help Dalhousie run campaigns for different interest groups that we have on campus. And so I think that we have to take that upon ourselves to do it. And I think we're perfectly capable of doing it. I think we should trust ourselves too. The people I've seen at council and the efforts I've seen so far throughout the year prove that we can.
Great. That exhausts our speakers list. Thanks.
Thank you guys very much.
Great, so our final presentation is the Board of Ops report. I don't know actually who's giving it.
I'll go grab them.
Cool, thanks. Yes?
The issue of shadows, would we be able to move it forward to kind of sensitive issues going on outside?
Sorry?
Can we discuss it before, like I wanted to move it before other businesses okay. Can I do that?
You can motion it, but it would take the unanimous vote.
What would you like to move? I just don't know what you want to move forward.
Shadows issues.
Okay.
Can we move it forward? Because
Yep. Yeah, we can. You have to move it, and I think you're right that we need a unanimous vote of council.
Can you speak for
Yeah. Yeah.
Speak. Motion it first, and then speak.
Okay, I would like to motion to move discussion item F before anything. Like I would like to discuss it now, if everybody's okay with it, because the main reason is I have to go because I have something to do. But I was there during that time. What happened, and I would like to give my opinion because I'm an international student. I cannot be part of the whatever this thing is, but I wanted to give everybody my opinion because this is going really, really uh, in a bad way. That the university's reputation is at stake, and I wanted people to know what happened. So if this could be like, it would be really good for me to put it out to everybody. And I've been holding it for some time, and I really feel bad about it. So if everybody would agree on this, it would be really good. Thank you.
What information? Do you want to, sorry, you want to table it or you want to?
No, I want to put it right now.
Oh, perfect.
And yeah, yeah, also that.
We have to, before I have a motion to go in camera, can we just finish with the motion that's on the table right now to amend the agenda?
Can I have a point of information? I just out of the room. What are we talking about?
Right now because we have to go.
Great, okay. Thanks. And just that it has to be unanimous if we're moving it. Everyone has to say yes to it.
To change the agenda.
Not abstain, right?
Let me just double check. Let me just double check that for you.
You can abstain? Or we could just say yes. You don't care.
Yep, unanimous consent of members of council present. So everybody present must vote yes.
It doesn't matter.
Cool.
So I don't know what point to call for this, but I want to ask what you just said about moving the motion up to now. I don't know what point to call.
You're asking what we're saying?
Who wants to speak to it, I think.
I want to ask what he said concerning.
Okay, yeah, no, you can just, I'm going to open it up for a very quick debate before we vote on it. So go ahead, if we could get a microphone over there.
I just want to support the motion he passed just because I was also present at the grad house when this happened, and just in case there's any inconsistencies in opinions, I want to be able to have at least two opinions from council members. So I want to support this motion. Okay.
Great. Is there any further debate, or can we vote on this amendment to the agenda? Great. Then we can vote on it. So, all in favor of amending the agenda to put this up? Great. Are there any objections? And any abstentions? Motion carries.
First item of new business then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is Josh back?
Hi.
Are you doing Board of Ops report?
It's just something.
Great, sorry. Let's just have the Board of Ops report, otherwise we have to really start messing with the agenda a lot. It should be quite quick.
This was also kind of important to clarify before having more votes.
Cool.
I should
Someone's
have
ready.
I can take the agenda. It's fine.
All right, so obviously I'm not Beth, and obviously I'm not the chair of the Board of Operations, but I'll be giving the report nonetheless. So last council meeting, we passed the vote about the meaning of the definition of a proxy. It was sent to the board to define what a constituency was. So today the board conducted a vote with the final results deeming that this motion go forward as a recommendation to council. That be resolved that the constituency of a council position member at large consists of all DSU members. Be it further resolved that the constituency of the council position section campus director consists of DSU members whose programs are based on section and campus, which currently includes the faculties of architecture and planning and engineering, as well as the graduate students within these programs. Furthermore, the board recommends to council that the Board of Governors and Senate representatives be unable to proxy their vote for council meetings. Everyone catch that? No?
Can you repeat the last part?
Yeah. The second part to it was that the board recommends to council that the Board of Governors and Senate representatives be unable to proxy their vote for council meetings, just around the definition of constituency that was determined.
Is this open for discussion right now?
Well, you're just presenting it.
Yeah.
So do you want open questions?
I wasn't sure what council was supposed to have. This is coming forward as a recommendation out of the board meeting. I'm not sure what happens.
Cool. Is someone going to move a motion at the next meeting?
Yeah, I think at the next meeting this is going to be voted on, so there'll be a discussion with that.
Great. Well, we'd have to add something to the agenda to have a discussion about it. However, if there's any questions about the actual report of the Board of Ops, then you may ask questions now. Oh, thank you.
So that just means that if any of them are absent, then they just can't. They can't. It's there. You go. So if any of them are not able to come for whatever reason, they can't pass their vote to anyone else.
Yeah.
Because they're is that just paid positions or is that like best positions?
No, that was that was only Board of Governors and Senate representatives. The second part, yeah.
Perhaps this is because I'm unfamiliar with the wording of the Constitution, but as a Board of Governors representative or a Senate representative, you are representing undergraduate students. So are you not a constituent? Are not all undergraduate students your constituents?
This is a discussion that we had like last week at council as well, and then at the board level, I don't have like solid minutes in front of me referring to the full conversation, but this is just a motion that was brought forward that we voted on. After a bit of discussion, that's just kind of the board's final recommendation. I'm not going to I don't really have a rebuttal or response. It's just the board looks at it from an analytical process perspective and brought this forward.
Point of information was his question. Oh, sorry. Just that if this isn't passed, that will be assumed, right? Constituents would be all those people. Is that right?
This right now is just a recommendation from the board to council. This isn't like anything solid as a motion yet. No one has put forward a motion. This is literally just, we had a board meeting this morning and we all voted that we would put this forward as a recommended motion to council to further the motion that was passed last week.
I just mean that in absence of this clarification, I think we can assume that constituents means what you said. I think that's fair.
Are there any more questions?
Well, it expressly states that the Board of Governors and Senate representatives are unable to proxy their vote for council meetings. It expressly states that in the vote that was passed by the board.
Yeah. The conversation between you two? Yes. But do you feel that your question has been answered? Great. Yep.
Yeah, I was just say, they said under the definition that you guys came up with that you considered a constituency, you said that Senate Board of Governors will not be able to proxy their vote. I was just wondering what your definition of a constituency is. I think that's what people want clarification on.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think we were necessarily, I only have the motion, I'm not speaking as the Board of Operations Chair, I'm only bringing forward the motion that we passed. This is the report that I'm giving right now.
Really honest.
Yeah. We don't have a summed up version of a definition of constituency from the board. This is what the board summarized out of that motion.
Sure. I thought that's just a question here.
Yeah. Is there anybody from the Board of Ops who feels that they could adequately speak to it? Okay. Any other questions? All right. It looks like there are no more questions, so I think we should move on. Maybe.
Okay. I'd like to just motion to add decision/discussion item at the end of this, just regarding everything that happened with the president, just the next steps policy-wise and moving forward. So, well, it's also a decision. We have to decide something. So, if folks are cool with that, again, needs unanimous vote, but it should only take a few minutes. We don't really need a long time. Is there? The motion will be to appoint Rams, the interim president. It doesn't have to be voted on. It's just it is sort of a formal appointment. That's all that has to happen. So, yeah.
Great.
That cool? Okay, so.
Is there debate on this issue?
Is there debate on motioning that?
So you're motioning to add an agenda item to the end of the agenda.
It has to be 100%.
Yeah. So we have to have all people vote to add that item to the agenda.
Okay. Just the implications of this is that if we don't have a president, we don't have someone to represent us at the BOG meeting next Tuesday and other things. So it could be pretty procedural, but important.
Okay, so I'm going to open up debate with 30-second speaking times. Ranjith, would you mind running the mic? That'd be great. Thanks.
I can do it.
Daniel.
Okay.
Well, we already have it.
Is it friendly to put it right after the grad house?
Yes, sure.
How about right now?
Yeah. Yes, it's friendly to put it after, right after grad house. Call the question.
All right, so we have a motion to call the question. Do we have a seconder? Great. All in favor of calling the question? Question has been called. All in favor of adding this item to the agenda, please raise your hand.
100%.
Is there anybody who's not currently voting who wants to be voted? Everybody in favor of adding, we need every single person to raise their hand if we're going to add this to the agenda. Great. Are there any objections and any abstentions? It has been added. Thank you very much. So moving on, we will now go into the discussion item about the grad house and the proceedings there.
I motion to extend the meeting by 45 minutes.
Yeah, that would be great because we have 9 minutes left. So that's a motion to extend the meeting by 45 minutes. We have a seconder from Jacqueline, and we need 2/3 majority to vote for extending the meeting by 45 minutes. All in favor? Are there any objections? And any abstentions? Would you like those noted?
Yeah.
And
I
are you
just
asking
said,
a question or are you saying something out of order?
no, I guess we pointed information out. I just had a message from Beth that, yeah.
I just had a message from Beth that she could better explain the Board of Operations report. So she offered to Skype in if everyone's not opposed to that to try and explain it better. I don't know if I could also just. Okay.
I'll do a blog of it. Email it out.
All in favor of having Beth Skype in and going back to that agenda item?
Is it friendly to do it after the?
We love you, Beth.
Okay.
Josh, maybe she could write.
Fantastic. So we're going to move on to our next agenda item, which is a discussion of.
Can I motion to limit the discussion for 10 minutes?
Are you okay with that?
15?
I'm not sure how much time it's going to take.
I'm going to motion to limit it for 15 for now. We can extend it if we need to. Yeah. That's okay.
Great. Perfect.
I would like just it to not be on camera.
I was going to say, can I motion to move this discussion to camera? And I know it's really important that this information be like broadly discussed, but I just think it is like an inflammatory issue, and I know that like 10 words out of context here could be really like
Great.
offensive. So
There's a motion to move in camera, which is non-debatable. Do we have a seconder? Alex? All in favor? All right. Are there any objections? And any abstentions? We will be moving in camera. Would you like that noted? So we'll be moving in camera. We can take us to
10:45.
Yeah. Yeah. To 10:45.
Motion to by 20 minutes.
Yeah. And again, 10:35. Perfect. So, we need 2/3 of council to do that. So, all in favor? Get your hands nice and high. Any objections? Would you like those noted?
Yes.
Any abstentions?
You already objected, so yeah.
I was saying yes, I want to note it down.
Oh, okay, great. So the hearing is extended until 10:35. Let's get moving.
Okay, all right, I'm going to make this quick. So
Yes, it was. Was it added here? How was it added?
Yeah, it was.
Okay, so we all know Sagar resigned. I talked to Sagar. I suggested that we as council discuss it and potentially give him until tomorrow to provide a written statement either way. He suggested that that won't change and suggested that we do appoint Rams, the incoming president, as the interim president for the remainder of the term. If folks, my suggestion as an executive and an incoming executive to the council and councillor would be that we suggest that we appoint Rams as interim president on the basis that we receive a letter from Sagar, just a quick email just saying either way what the situation is. Obviously, it's on video that he resigned, but I would like, I don't know how people feel about that. I just think this is something that has to be made by council and not the executives, and we can't obviously not address it either. Otherwise, we would not have a president until next Wednesday potentially, and there's a board of governors meeting on Tuesday. That would be awesome to have representation at the presidential level. So,
Point of information, the board has already appointed Rams as the representative.
Okay.
So that's actually not an issue.
okay, not an issue there.
Call the question.
Do we need to call the question if the board is?
There's certainly nothing. There's currently nothing on the table. There's no motion on the table. But
Yes, we want to do that.
yes, I'm just wondering, do people want written notice from Sagar, or are they comfortable in going ahead with appointing Rams as president?
Let's just appoint Rams.
Okay, so that, from my understanding, does not require a vote. It's sort of like I think it's automatic, but council does have to appoint it. So, sure.
I guess I just. Sorry. Is there any way we can do a conditional on him submitting something the next day, just to give him a day to think about it, to make sure he actually wants to do this? Like moving to make Rams president as a condition that Sagar sends in a resignation letter.
Great. Can we have a formal motion, please?
I'll do it.
Fantastic.
Whereas at the council meeting.
And can someone write it down while he's saying it?
Okay.
Maybe Danny?
I'm talking too fast, just ask me to repeat, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so whereas at the meeting of the Dalhousie Student Union Council on April 9th, Sagar Jha, president of the Dalhousie Student Union, announced his intention to resign.
Okay, go.
And whereas formal written notice has not yet been received, be it therefore resolved that pending the receipt of formal notice of resignation from Sagar Jha from his position of president of the Dalhousie Student Union, that Rams Aziz, current VP Internal and president-elect, immediately occupied the position of president of the Dalhousie Student Union.
How do you spell that?
That would have payroll implications. So.
Sorry.
Seconded.
Do you want to did you write that down? Do you have that written down? You or you just off your dome?
I can come up and.
Use the motion.
Great. Do we have a seconder?
Second.
Aaron. Is there debate on this motion?
No. Motion to call the question.
I will just call the question. Don't even worry about it. All in favor? Are there any objections? Second objection? And any abstentions? Like that noted? Please keep your hand up in the air if you would like it noted. Great, so the motion carries. Moving on, our next agenda item is, sorry, I don't have an updated agenda in front of me because my computer died, but I believe it is the decision item on rescinding the motion to leave CASA. Is that correct?
Yes.
Also, I did send out an updated agenda to everybody. I think you might have seen it.
Yeah.
Okay. Erin, you are the original mover of this motion. Would you like to speak to it? Great. And also, do we have a seconder for this motion? Kathleen? Fantastic. So I'm going to, from the start, put in a 1-minute speaking time.
Okay, everyone. Firstly, I just want to say I haven't in the least wanted this process to go this way, but I'm happy that we're voting on this again. I think we can, for the last time, get it right. Since we've last voted on it, a couple new things have come to light, especially a bunch of different schools dropping out of CASA. I did want to note that I don't think all those schools listed are dropping out. They were all taking, they all passed motions to either drop down or drop out, but I think we're expecting them to drop out in the next little bit or year. So I think basically the way CASA is going and the way the DSU wants to go, we can use this money to enhance our advocacy this year, and it's actually essential if we want to keep on doing what we've done the past years. I think it's pretty clear. I don't think we should belabor discussion too much. I'm sorry for belaboring it too long, but yeah, looking forward to the next year of independent advocacy.
I think it's an important decision to be made. I think we're doing the right thing by voting on it again tonight. I think that it's a very silly thing to say that having had this brought up in multiple council meetings is a reason not to vote on it. That's what our job is. We're here every single time to discuss things, whether they come up again. Falls within our purview to actually discuss them, to vote on them. It's not a bad thing. It's just what we do.
Perfect.
I'm just curious, as he said, to just like the quorum thing and how many people are on council, and that this decision is taking place after the set time during finals when everyone's crunched for time, and I don't think it's appropriate to vote on it when there's this many empty chairs and what council is. I just don't think it's appropriate to vote on this right now when it wouldn't matter if we pushed it to next meeting.
It's not really related. Unless we don't have quorum, it's not related.
Well, sorry, as the chair, I actually think it is related because even though we can't, it's not out of order to have this discussion, I think it is a relevant point. But thank you. Anybody else want to be on that speakers list? Alex?
I guess I'm just really concerned that we had our president quit or resign tonight over legality issues around rescinding or around this motion here. And I know that we've already talked about how there are no legal issues, but I mean we can't ignore the fact that he did resign because of legal issues. So how are we going to, who's going to speak to this? I'm really concerned that there are legality issues now.
So I could be wrong, but my understanding was that his legal concerns were the fact that he's not a student and he's sitting as president, and that's how he would be liable for this decision.
No,
I'm wrong?
That has no relation.
All right, good to know.
Up to Aaron. Sorry, who are you pointing at? Oh, cool. I got you next, William. Sorry, I didn't see you.
So, oh, is it me? How long do I have? Okay. Okay. Legal things really quickly. There was a concern because technically in order to drop out of CASA that has to be done before March 31st, but because we didn't give written notice to them and that this is a motion to rescind our motion to join and not a motion to leave, this is not in contradiction with their bylaws. I have email correspondence with CASA and them acknowledging that this is fine by their process and doesn't leave us vulnerable anyway. If you want to see that, I can show that to you.
Great. So back to William.
Oh.
You good?
No? Okay.
Okay. Great. Michelle?
I was just giving them my speeches.
Yep. I believe we have 22 people in the room. Quorum is 20. No? Okay, sorry, it's Lee. Do you want to speak?
Sure,
just really quickly. Great.
Oops. Thanks. I don't have fun. Just also as a note, saying that you can be sued, he'll be sued individually. That's not a thing. like they would sue the group, like the union, not like the individual. So I was just kind of confused about his language, saying like, oh, I want to resign because I don't want to be sued. He would be individually being sued.
Just a point of, like, how do I clarify?
Point of information.
It would just, like, the officers would all be named, like,
The officers will all be named like openly in the lawsuit, I think was the point he was trying to make. Like extensively, we would be the lead on the lawsuit. When the lawsuit came out, it would be like Ram, Sagar, Craig, myself, all the signing officers. So, like anytime a big corporation is sued, yes, the corporation is being sued, but the signing officers are the ones that are ordered to testify. Just because as the signing authority, we're expected to be.
Great. Would anybody else like to be on the speakers list? Great. It seems like debate is exhausted. And as debate is exhausted,
Question about voting.
we are now going to go into voting.
Can I motion to do this by secret ballot?
Yep, you can. So is there, sorry, I'm so bad at this. I'm not used to, secret ballot, we do need to vote on it, I believe, right?
Second.
Great. Seconded by Alex Gillum.
Can I amend it to motion with heads up 7-up style secret ballot in order to ensure time savings rather than by?
Okay.
I do have a question. Do we have to reach quorum, like abstentions, do they count? If you abstain, does they count to quorum or not? Sorry.
You don't, quorum or abstentions don't count as no's in this vote, only for constitutional changes.
Let's get it.
Or policy changes.
Yeah, so I'm just going to double check. I guess it's more about the wording of a motion to rescind rather than it is the wording of, because quorum is just whether we can continue with the meeting or not. I will double check that for you. I don't think it's a problem, but it's good to have confirmation.
Can you double check after we start voting?
Yeah, I can do that. So all in favor of voting by secret ballot, please raise your hand. Nice and high. Okay. That's 14-4. Objections? Would you like those noted in the minutes? If so, please put your hand.
Yeah.
No.
Actually, yeah. Yeah, I want that noted.
Okay. And abstentions?
Motion to call the question.
We're currently deciding. Question's already been called. Great. So we will be voting by secret ballot, and as you know, the question's been called because the discussion was wrapped up. So if we could get ballots, that would be great. And if you could write your name/position and either in favor, abstain, or opposed. I'm just going to clarify that the motion is, actually, I can just read it out to everyone. So it is, be it resolved that the Dalhousie Student Union Council rescind the following motion to join CASA as an associate member for the 2014-2015 year passed on March 12th, 2014.
How do you spoil a ballot?
You abstain.
No, but that still counts into the quorum. I want to vote, and I want to say that I'm not comfortable voting.
Then you need to leave. If you're here, you're here.
Yeah. No, just abstain.
Isn't that just an abstention?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So a no is we join,
Somebody clarify the motion.
and a yes is we do not join.
Yes.
Yes is that we rescind the motion to join.
Yes means out
Meaning
of
we would
CASA,
not-
no means
In favor
CASA.
means we're out of it, no means we're in it again.
Tired. Hard meetings.
Well,
So it's just yes or no, right?
Yeah.
Yes, no, or
in favor or
abstain.
opposed.
Yes is dropping out. No is not.
No vote is staying in. Yes vote is dropping out of CASA.
Madam Chair, Pat recently mentioned that we should do some sort of quorum call.
Yeah. Okay. So quorum has been called. There are currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 members of council here, meaning we still have quorum. I feel like play some music or something. It's not a really quiet council.
That's not.
Yeah, I was just going to say this.
Okay.
It's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's also not too very yeah, I'm trying to find someone boring. Do we have everything? Okay.
I motion to move on while Marielle counts the ballots.
May I speak here?
So you know about it? Okay. Yes. I don't think there are scrutineers for this. Because there's not a person, so it's just yeah.
Can I motion that Marielle just count them in the corner right there, and that we move on with the meeting so we can get this done?
If that's okay with council. All in favor? Great, perfect. We will move on then. Our next item of business is rescinding the motion to leave Students Nova Scotia.
To join. To rejoin.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. So again, if you could just consult your council package rather than the front page, that would be great. I'm just going to read out the motion again. So be it resolved that the Dalhousie Student Union Council rescind the following motion to join Students Nova Scotia for 2014-2015.
So again, voting yes is to be out of SNS. Voting no means to stay in.
Yeah. So as the mover, Aaron, would you like to speak to this?
I'd like to say that in another second, we're going to be voting to move to associate member, which I would suggest we do. But based on Students Nova Scotia's bylaws, we need to actually leave before we can join as associate member. They have a clause in their constitution. This is, again, one of those legal things people are worried about, saying that you can't move to associate member from full member after March 1st. If we drop out and then join, this will not be in violation with their bylaws. With that, I'd like to call the question, actually.
Okay. And sorry, did you want to omnibus those two? Is that what you're saying, or?
Just do it all the time.
Okay.
Can I speak before this happens?
Well, the question has been called, so if people vote to call the question, then we will vote. So all in favor of calling the question? You keep your hand nice and high. Okay, 8 in favor. Objections? Great. So the question has not been called, so debate is still open. Danny, you're on my speakers list.
Okay, so it's rather unnerving that like half the council is like itching to get out of here to make sure this vote doesn't happen or does happen. So I just want that to be in the minutes that I'm very uncomfortable with this. Also, I've got an email from the lawyer that was received today at 3:30. I received it from our policy analyst. His concern is that for Students Nova Scotia, was SNS informed before March 1st? That is, DSU was leaving, that the DSU is leaving. Not likely, as the vote wasn't until March 12th. That being said, it is too late to leave for the fiscal year. DSU is bound by membership constating documents of SNS. This is a bylaw 7 of SNS. I'm sure that you can argue this, Aaron. I'm not comfortable even arguing it at this point in the evening when like half council's in here and it's just like there's some like our president just resigned over this. It's like what the hell? Let's just like we could table this. We don't have to make this decision tonight. We could table this till next week, and we could actually have like a proper vote on it and talk to our lawyer and get the proper like understanding from it. But it's like as an exec, just hearing this, like as an executive member, just seeing this like now, I just received that email like an hour ago. Anyway, that's just my feelings surrounding it. I just don't want to make a decision that's going to leave us vulnerable. We don't have to make the decision.
Sorry, isn't the timing?
So finally, there is something that Beth would like to say. Okay, this is what Beth has to say. Hello, Council. Sorry I can't be there with you right now. I had a family obligation this week, and I'm not in Halifax. Coming to the point regarding Students Nova Scotia, SNS. The original levy a few years ago earmarked money specifically for SNS only. The referendum this year asking if students approved using that money for DSU advocacy failed, with 60% of students choosing to keep using this money for SNS. Interestingly, 22 out of 36 councillors, that's 61%, voted to join SNS on March 12th. Seems like this time council did a good job representing students. Regardless, the failed referendum means the levy cannot be used for anything other than SNS membership fees. As a result, becoming an associate member in SNS does not get the DSU any more funding and clearly goes against the wishes of the lousy students. This shouldn't just be voted no on, and it should be tabled. Yeah.
Okay. I have Aaron next.
Yeah, like it's obviously not a nice thing to see people trying to leave the meeting just to stop this, and I kind of wanted this to like create good discussion. Part of the reason I'm really excited about associate member is because I actually don't think being a full member in Students Nova Scotia is that much more valuable than associate member. Most discussions happen by consensus, and so having a vote isn't actually that much. You know, most votes aren't won by 4 to 3. It's kind of decided before they go in. I do have an email from the lawyer that clarified, because the initial email I sent him, I missed the dates, and so he was arguing that our original motion to leave was not valid, because I'd put March 12th instead of February 27th. In the end, it was valid.
Point of order, that email is not as clear as you're stating it all. That's just an invalid statement. It's a long, sketchy email that has a lot of just very selective information. Just to clarify that to council right now.
I have the email right now. I'd also entertain, if people want to table this motion. The last thing I just wanted to say. Just the last thing I wanted to say is, like, in terms of the levy. So half this fee money is paid for by a student levy. Okay, can I finish really quick?
You can finish your sentence.
Our fee is paid for by a student levy. If we are associate members, that money could go to paying for associate membership, and we could still use that 40,000. With that, yeah.
Great. So do we have a motion to table? Fantastic. Do we have a seconder? Caitlin Lowe. All in favor? I'm sorry. Table until a time or table indefinitely? Do you want to specify?
I don't know. I would say definitely, but next week, I guess. If discussion is what you want, then let's get discussion out of it. Otherwise,
so we have a motion to table.
Again, so
we have a motion to table for 1 week. Do we have a seconder? Caitlin? Great. All in favor of tabling? Uh, 11 in favor. Objections? 3 objections. Would you like those noted?
Yep.
And abstentions. If you'd like it noted, please keep your hand up in the air. Great. So the motion has been tabled. We will now pass the microphone over to Marielle to get the results from the last secret ballot. Okay. So the motion passed and that was the motion to rescind our previous decision. Great. I believe that as the motion we just voted on has been tabled, the next motion is now out of order. So we will be skipping over that one. Oh boy. Okay, so moving on, we now have, am I right in saying that we're moving on to the men's rights? No, it's Senate.
Yeah. The decision to create an ad hoc committee around equity and accessibility. So yeah, that's what's on the table right now. So that was motioned by Alex.
Point of order.
Yep.
Are the votes supposed to be announced regardless, or is that just part of the secret ballot that they won't be announced?
Yes, we can announce them.
Okay,
do you have that number?
Results as well, please.
We'll recount them so we have the number written down, and then we'll let you know. Great. Okay, perfect. So that was moved by Alex. Do we have a seconder? Laura, perfect. Alex, would you like to speak to it? Perfect. And I'm going to give you a 1-minute speaking time and then following forward into debate.
We're all super tired. Thank you so much for still being engaged and involved right now. It's really important. I moved this because Elise contacted me just as a friend and said that her contract is done April 25th. And we haven't discussed the future of the E&A office at a council level, which is where it should be discussed. So I'm wondering what we think we should do. It should have been discussed a long time ago, but the executive didn't bring it to us, unfortunately. So I'm wondering how we feel we should move forward with this. Her contract ends. I'm pretty sure Jillian's contract ends also. If we're going to, their levy passed, so we have the funding for the summer, spring, summer. If we're going to hire someone else for May 1st, it's pretty late now. I would suggest that we extend their contract until maybe August 1st, or that's my suggestion, to make sure transition is smooth into the next year, and then hire someone new or whatever positions we decide. We haven't actually discussed what the office is going to look like yet. This needs to happen soon. So sorry it's not happening. I'm sorry it's so late, but this needs to be talked about.
Yeah, sure. So am I just to clarify? Yes. This is a motion to create an ad hoc committee to make those decisions. Would you like to make that ad hoc committee tonight?
Oh, goodness. Sure.
Cool. And can we just get a tangible, just so it's in the motion, can we have a tangible, this is how many people will sit on this ad hoc committee?
Oh, goodness. Yeah, great. 5 people.
Yeah, great. But I'd really like to just get through it. If you have a number in your head and you could present us with a full motion, that would be the best. If you don't think you can do that, then we will discuss it.
Maybe I can propose, it's really time sensitive, which is unfortunate. We should discuss it, possibly an ad hoc committee meeting this week, presenting what they decide next week at council so we can move this forward. That's what I'm proposing, and then we can discuss that.
Composed of councilors?
And others, yes.
Okay.
A mixture.
Fantastic. As a seconder, would you like to speak?
I didn't know it was this.
I am. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Are we forming a committee right now?
No, we're still just discussing the motion to create a committee.
Yeah, I think this is a great idea. I think the E&A office has done a lot of really good and really important work this year, and if we want to see that continuing going forward, we should plan for it.
Great. Daniel?
Didn't you leave?
Yeah, you can.
You left.
You can leave and then come back.
You can.
You can do that.
You can't do that because if you think about it, when people leave to go to the bathroom and miss a vote, they're not in, but then they come back. It's just a vote.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm sorry I left. I just had to text some people about the decision being made, so I didn't have any information on that.
Can we
keep it
on this agenda item?
But I would actually be very interested in heading this committee because I actually do have accessibility issues and stuff like that, so I understand it firsthand and deal with the accessibility office at Dalhousie campus. So I'm very interested in being part of the committee. And anyone?
Can we, sorry to interrupt, that's awesome, but can we just, right now, keep the discussion to do we want to have this committee?
Yes,
we will then vote on if we think that question should be called, we can call that question, and then we can decide who's going to be on it. JD?
Given that the Equity and Accessibility Office of the DSU just won a levy from the students, I think this is a great idea to have some sort of vision of what we want to do. So I hope it's speaking clear the motion in principle. And I would request that there be a written motion in front of us so I should know what we're voting on precisely. But I do think that this is something that we should get on right away.
I will keep moderating discussion if you want to come up and write a motion, or?
Sure, I'll write a motion.
Maybe if you want help from someone, I'm sure that would be fine.
I'll just try and do it.
Okay, perfect. Taylor, go ahead.
I was going to motion to call the question, but I'll wait till Alex is done. So I don't need to speak right now.
Does anybody else want to talk about right now this conversation of are we going to make ad hoc committee or not? Cool. Go ahead.
Like I said, I think it's a good idea. I also was wondering if we could find out if exec has been planning for this, if they have ideas about this, if they've talked about it, if it's being talked about, it just hasn't been brought to council.
Yes, please.
So the end of the contracts is coming up. We had a conversation today at the exec meeting. The biggest focus right now and for our staff is what we want to set is around transition and writing reports for transition. So understanding exactly what kind of institutional memory needs to be carried forward, especially from the staff. Right now, the job descriptions need to be re-examined. That was pretty much the next step we were going to take, is to re-examine the vision for the office and what it was set out to do last May when it was founded. So right now, there's a bit of a flux now because we have a new equity and accessibility committee struck in policy. I was intending to have the new council form that committee, since there will be a carryover in the next couple of weeks anyway, so after May 1st. And the idea is that we really want to take the time to set out the office and address questions when it comes to oversight, because that was the biggest flaw this year in its structure. So we wanted to address those issues before bringing a proposal forward to council. For me, an ad hoc committee lasting till next week would be prudent, just so we could get an initial proposal out. However, I'm concerned about the short time frame because this is setting the office's future. So I would want to take the time necessary to make sure we have a proper plan and vision set out. We have to have consensus around that. So yeah, that's it. I don't know if that. Do you have any other questions?
Great. We have actually Alex over here.
Yeah, I just want to speak to that. And I appreciate, totally agree, time sensitive. It's there's not a lot of time. I'm concerned that there wouldn't be an E&A office operating while we're discussing these things. I think it's really important that there's no, we can't just let this office be dormant while we are admitting that we're unorganized and haven't figured this out in time. It's really important that's active. I think that they've done a great job this year, and that the ad hoc committee should be talking about the future with executive members, definitely, but also this can't be just a gap in our office. Students voted for the levy, right? It's our fault that we were unorganized, and we need to just deal with it now.
Is this okay?
Can someone pass their speaking rates to Jessica?
Great.
Yes, this is a good this is a good committee. It's just a couple points that I'd like to talk about is that the purpose of this committee is they actually write policy, and this policy gets forward to the university. So it's quite important of how this committee is actually structured, and I really like what Ram says too. I'd like to echo that as well. That this isn't it's not something that should be rushed, or it needs something that obviously the incoming exec. I have to agree with what Rams has said on this.
Alex?
Sorry, I'm speaking so much. Okay, I'd just like to suggest that what we do is create an ad hoc committee, couple of members, 5, 6, to decide how to move forward with the reforming the job description. So if that means extending their contract for a month or 2 months or whatever, and then the executive can have enough time to do whatever they want in the job description. So I think that's what we should do. There's no question to call, or is there? There is a question to call. I'd like to call the question.
Great. I don't think that needs to be voted on. It seems pretty unanimous that we can call the question. So, all in favor, the question has been called. All in favor of this motion to strike this ad hoc committee, with the understanding that we will then create the ad hoc committee after this motion carries, if it does. All in favor, please raise your hands. Are there any objections? And any abstentions? The motion carries. We will now go in to create this ad hoc committee. Does a councillor have a recommendation about how we do that?
Yeah, there shouldn't be a limit, I think. I think it totally makes sense to have a large discussion and make sure that we commit to having a decision by next council meeting. So maybe who wants to be on it, and we'll write it down.
I don't know what to say, but we have 7 minutes left until we said.
Yeah, we're just going to finish this, and then we're going to probably...
Okay, I just...
Yeah.
I move that this committee be open to all councillors. Alex Killam be appointed the chair, and she be given directive by council to send an email out to all councillors inviting them to a meeting shortly.
Tomorrow.
Seconder?
If it's a
Jen,
friendly
all in favor?
Sorry. If it's a friendly amendment, I'd like to add Jessica Dempsey to the council. She requested.
Great. All in favor? Are there any objections? Any abstentions? That motion carries. I feel that this issue has been resolved.
Thanks, everyone.
Great.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Point of information.
Yeah.
Are we able to open that up to public, so that's not just restricted to the council?
I think it wasn't specified who can join. It was only specified that an email be sent out to councillors. So my interpretation of that motion is that because there's no limit to membership, anybody can be a part of that committee. Great. So we have 5 minutes left of council. The things that we have left on here are talking about Senate candidates and then a discussion item about men's rights associations on campus.
Should I motion to extend like 15 minutes? Seconded. All right, cool.
All in favor?
All right, party.
Motion to table the men's rights conversation for now?
Can we do that when we get to it?
Yep.
Great. Are there any objections? And any abstentions? Is that noted? Okay, great. So we're now going to move on to this Senate motion. Am I crazy? Did we? Oh, you're putting things on in the order different than I thought they were. Sorry. So we do have a motion to table the men's rights groups on campus discussion. Do we have a seconder? All in favor of tabling? Are there any objections? And any abstentions? Great. It's not a mover because it's a discussion item.
Right.
So we will now finally go on to decision item H on Senate candidates. Is someone going to speak to that? Perfect.
So last week, my understanding, we determined that Senate candidates were going to be going through the nominating committee. However, we didn't determine last week what that term would be for those candidates. So before I can conduct interviews, given that the deadline for applications is tomorrow at 4, I believe, if not mistaken, I kind of need to know exactly what I'm going to be interviewing these candidates for. So yeah, let's make a choice. Option 1 is, be it resolved, the council appoint the 3 undergraduate Senate representatives for the 2014-2015, that's supposed to be academic year, through the normal appointment process, which means the people that are brought as nominations and eventually appointed will be the senators for the year. Option 2 is, be it resolved, the council appoint the 3 undergraduate Senate representatives for the summer of 2014 through the normal appointment process, leading into, and then be it further resolved that a by-election be held in early September 2014 to elect their representatives for the remainder of the 2014-2015 term. So that would be, we're only appointing these people for the rest of the summer, and then a by-election would occur in September to elect either the same people or whoever else.
Great. Do you have a seconder? Taylor Quinn. Perfect. So debate is now open on this issue. Does anybody have any debate? Great. Can someone who wants to run the mic for me?
I will.
All right. Sorry, I don't have anybody on the speakers list yet.
I'm gonna mess with the agenda a bit.
So, Brogan? Yeah. Got
Brogues?
Thanks. Okay, cool. I just wanted to speak in favor of option 1. I think it'll be tough if we break the Senate representatives into terms, because it'll be bouncing around people who are representing us on different boards and things, and it just makes sense to elect them for the entire time, as that will make it easier for them and us altogether.
Who's next, Allie?
Sorry, over to Dylan.
And for transparency, letting everybody know that I ran for one of these positions. And just on I'm in favor of option 1 because of the time commitment that we've already made, and in order for me to, plan my schedule for next year, I would like to know what my commitments are now, as opposed to in the time that I'm supposed to be representing students. Thanks.
Sorry, Daniel, I thought you were raising your hand.
Just to be clear, the senators would have to attend the meeting, right? This meeting during the summer. We have meetings during the summer, right? Yeah. So
the same term as any counselors, they won't be recalled for not attending summer meetings, but there are summer meetings which they can attend. So if counselors miss council meetings over the summer, there's no penalization for it.
So I guess what I'm for option one, if they don't, then they would have to proxy their vote during the summer.
They don't. No.
They can just not. Okay. Then I'd say option two, just so that there's Senate people here at the meetings, and then it doesn't limit people that are not here during the summer.
Great. I have Jacqueline next.
Coming.
Here, there's a mic here.
Not coming. Who's after Jacqueline?
And then William Coney.
I would like to speak in favor of option number one, just because if you're a senator, you're supposed to be appointed for the entire year. As the person incoming into this position, I intend to work very closely with student senators, and I would really like to know from the get-go who they're going to be so that we can start getting things done in meetings and actually have a solid team going into Senate. I already have meetings set up to actually meet with every senator individually, and I would like to spend the next few weeks, next few months informing the student senators how we could work with them and how we can make the best gains for students. Option one makes the most sense. Option two just causes us a lot more problems. Personal opinion, clearly.
Alex, go ahead.
Yep, want to echo that. Option one is definitely the best option. Speaking from someone sitting on Senate this year, the bureaucracy and procedure at Senate is really difficult to understand, and it doesn't make sense for people to be there for 4 months or less and then be passed off to someone else. It doesn't make sense. It's really important that it's a 9-month or whatever process of learning and understanding how this works so they can be the most effective senators that they can be.
Great. Do you have speaker's rights for William?
Right here.
Great.
Coming to you, William.
Oh, let's see. I'm actually going to buck the trend. I'm speaking as my role was within the elections committee. We basically one of the reasons for asking and putting forward by-elections in the fall is to help make up for the fact that these last set of elections was in no way commiserate. While it is perfectly fine and possible for the appointment to be made here, it doesn't help, and it is not helping with serve the legitimacy of the student union if you just ignore, if you don't hold another elections or something for these positions. It looks like, oh, we just appointed these arbitrarily, which isn't clear to most of the student body in general.
Great. We just have a motion to exhaust the speakers list up here. Sorry, can you just make that into the microphone, if that's possible?
Unless we require more discussions.
This list is quite long. So, yeah.
So motion to exhaust speakers list.
Do you have a seconder? Jacqueline? All in favor?
Who's currently on it? Can you read out who's currently on it?
Yeah, who's currently on it is JD, Danny, Taylor, and Dylan.
I'll withdraw. I don't need to speak.
Okay. Great. So all in favor of exhausting the speakers list? I'm just going to say the motion carries. I hope that's okay. So we're going to go on to Danny.
Okay, so what I'm going to say is sort of echoing what William said. How I understand option 2 would allow us to have our elections committee set up like in the summer, have our CRO hired, have our elections committee there and good to go, and quite honestly, when they should have been, it just will allow us to force us to get our shit together as soon as possible. So that's I guess one pro for option 2, but there's also pros for option 1. So.
Taylor.
Who's after Taylor?
I think we'd all agree that, and as we talked about at the last meeting, the elections committee and the DSU kind of dropped the ball on this one when it came to the ballot and making sure the ballot was correct. But that should not mean that the next year of the few student senators we have are not properly trained and understand what are going on if we have 2 different sets over the next year. So I would say the DSU admit to their failures on this one, and we appoint. And the DSU did send out a clear email to all Dallas students, and I've actually had some random students I know message me about the Senate position, so that's kind of cool. There's a lot of interest out there, but the process does seem pretty clear to students, more clear than most of our processes. So I think we should go for option 1.
Yeah, so just in response to that, that if option number 1 is not unconstitutional, then I don't see anything wrong with following through with it, as William was saying.
To clarify from a policy standpoint, it is actually exactly constitutional. So the speakers list has been exhausted, and the question will not be called. So all in favor? How do
Favorite 1, favorite 2.
Yeah, the speakers list has been exhausted. So we will go through and we will vote on option 1. And then if it fails, we will vote on option 2. Because there are 2 motions out. Does anybody disagree that that's the right way to do it?
Point of information?
Yep.
So we would vote on option number 1. If that fails, then we vote on option 2. If that fails, then we would look for a third option.
If that fails, I don't think it would. Please don't let that happen.
I'm hoping that doesn't happen. Can be 1, 2, or abstain.
Sure. Yep. I'm okay with that if nobody's object to it. So, all in favor of option 1, please raise your hands. 17-4. All in favor of option 2?
Point of order, weren't you asking for the first motion before you asked for the second motion?
She changed it.
No.
Changed it.
And abstentions. If you would like those noted in the minutes, please keep your hands up. Motion 1 carries, and we will be appointing 3 undergraduate Senate representatives for the 2014-2015 year through the normal appointment process. I'd like to take the time right now to just announce the numerical results from the secret ballot earlier. This was about rescinding our motion to join CASA. There were 16 for, 5 against, and 2 abstentions. Now, moving on, I believe that brings us to the end of our business. Is that correct? Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. I hope that nobody will mind if I skip over executive reports. But if we could ask the executives who didn't send them out this week to send them out, or send them to me, and I will send them out, that would be great. I lied about these notices of motion because I just forgot to take them off from last week. Finally, are there any announcements? I'd like to make an announcement that I believe, seeing as we'll be appointing senators for which I am running next week, this will be my last meeting chairing council, and I'd just like to thank everyone for and before I go, my legacy, I'm just going to remind everyone that when you adjourn, there's a motion to adjourn, no seconder, and then we vote on it. So do we have a motion to adjourn?
Wait. I'd like to thank Allie on behalf of the executives and council for an amazing year as chair. You know, it's been a fun one. It's been up and down as we've learned today. It you know, there's full of ups and downs, and you handled it amazingly, and we love you for it. So thank you so much.
Thank you. See you all next year on Senate. Sorry, motion to adjourn from Caitlin Lowe. All in favor? Are there any objections? Any abstentions? Meeting adjourned. Yay.
Goodbye, everyone. Have a wonderful evening. I believe the grad house is open, Anna?